Hey, everybody. Hey. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, everybody. Do you think any of these could be good playable in Circuit Royale? Roadhog, Zarya, Orisa, Diva, Winston. I think Zarya is probably the best. Zarya is the best for out of all those. Winston has his moments. Orisa, meta specific, dependent. Hey, Poppy. Was I first? Yes, you were. Hello. Hey. Oh, yeah, lose the ends. Man. Hey, Vanilla. I know why I hate Broadway. Dude, I'm going to break it down, man. I'm going to break it down. Yeah. Are you going to watch Rel's Hog video this stream? Planning to, yeah. I'm going to plan on doing my own discussion on a Hog and then going to walk. Oh, whoops. Sorry for the echo. Or I guess the echo wasn't there. And then, yeah, we might look at some Rel stuff. Life Weaver Mercy, Wild, yeah, previous session. Guys, what if... Isn't Alec like Gold Wisp or Golden Wisp Alec? What if this is Alec Dawson, guys? Do you think this is Alec Dawson? Maybe it's Alec Dawson. It's console, so I don't think so. Why, Mr. Spilo? I can't tell you. Do you think that there is any tank that is actually good in Circuit Relics, like Sigma Ram Rhine? I mean, I really do think Zarya is like pretty decent, like especially in a ranked ladder. It depends. It really depends. If let's put it this way, Zarya is amazing if they don't have snipers, and sometimes even then she's pretty good because you just kind of like exist and just shoot tank at like a medium-ish range and just keep going. Would you think about reviewing Ryu J Hong's gameplay? Yeah, maybe. Switching to PC, nice. Yeah. Dude, I got all my notes, bro. Wait. I have like all my notes on like why Hog isn't liked. I scrolled on my on my stick. like Is that it? I think those are the only ones here. Wait, I think I have another note here, but I don't know where it is. Frick, where's my other Hog note? Okay, I found it. I found my other Hog note. Could you recommend a workshop aiming? Yeah, I mean, Vaxa could be useful as Ana. Zensu with a 5-stream streak, nice. Peak human physique concern. Yeah, well, I was really skinny when I first started lifting. I was like 120, something like that. But I was very physically active, did a lot of push-ups and played a lot of sports. So I was always already at a pretty low body fat percentage. So any sort of lifting and you like immediately like see a little bit of gains there and there. I went from like 120 to like 130. Well, I was like 125 to like 135 within like 2 or 3 months. Should do a cycle of what? What does that mean?
Looking for the hog
like
papers.
Of like steroids? Looking for the hog papers? Listen, I found the hog papers, bro. We're good. Jaehong's honest, surprisingly good despite not playing competitively in 5 years. I'm not surprised. I don't think Doom is bad in circuit. I think Doom can do a lot of frontline cycling pretty easy. I think Doom is arguably the most consistent dive tank on circuit. I think Doom is probably better than Diva, better than Ball, situationally better than Winston. Test and Trent? No, I'm not doing it. Nah, man. I value my balls too much. Is something new about Roadhog? No, I had this thing in I had this like I might even leak this. I might leak it. I might not. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. Dude, am I gonna leak anything in this? I'm not gonna leak this because some of you guys might steal my ideas. I had the whole thing about like why Roadhog doesn't work. Wait. Frick. And I was gonna do it. We planned on this Saturday. And freaking Relth, I hate that guy. Literally the worst person on earth. Decided to do some Roadhog video like 2 to 3 days before I was planning to do mine. And I'm like, frick, man. So, yeah. So anyway, I messaged Relth and I'm like, screw you, idiot. I'm going to do it anyway. And he was like, CBA. And then he started yelling at me and then I started yelling at him and then we got into a fist fight. And you know, you go. Dude, I don't snooze, man. I don't snooze. Hey, everybody. So I'm trying to think like the best way to kind of structure this. I feel like we just kind of go into it. Ralph released a freaking Roadhog video. So sit here and look at his stupid British face. Look. Why is Roadhog so terrible? Shut up, Ralph. Nobody asks your freaking 46-minute opinion. Just for that, I'm going to do 47 minutes and just dunk on him. So, anyway. I haven't seen this video. I do want to I told him we'd look at it because I'm curious to see what he has to say. I think his is also like more, at least looking at the timestamps, is more of like a historical opinion on Roadhog. And mine's going to be a little bit of history, but also kind of discussing some other stuff. Yeah, so I guess we can kind of talk about that. So I guess we can start with this. Let's start with this. Like everybody, like Roadhog, when we did the most hated hero list, like Roadhog was pretty remarkably consistently hated, even when he's not particularly strong. Whereas a lot of the other tanks are more hated dependent on their meta strength. Roadhog has been universally hated. And the best part about Roadhog's universal hate is that he's been universally hated for years. Like, you can literally draw lines back to Roadhog hate 7 years ago. 7 years of hate for Roadhog. And there's been different reasons why he's been hated over time, but he's arguably the most hated character in Overwatch history, up there with Mercy. But the thing that makes Roadhog unique is not just the longevity of the hate, but also the broad hatred. Where Mercy players are really hated by like tanks and or DPS players especially, right? But everybody hates Roadhog. Everybody hates Roadhog. And the best part about Roadhog is, like Mercy, is there's been a few iterations of Roadhog, and he continues to be annoying despite that. So let's start with this. I'm going to change a little thing here, and we're going to change it to Roadhog sucks with an X, because we're hip like that. Why do you guys hate Roadhog? Why do you guys hate Roadhog? Because the more I thought about Roadhog, especially because I'm super like quasi intellectual. I came up with a couple of reasons that I think why people really hate Roadhog that are not necessarily the most common reasons brought up. Unfun to play versus, but why? He does everything. He can't be good. The game isn't fun. Forces me to think. Either unavoidable one shot or useless. He's ugly. I actually thought about that. I actually was thinking yesterday, how many nice characters are hated? How many like pretty attractive characters are hated? Is it just Mercy? Is Mercy the only like attractive character that people hate? You have to bait out Tank as Tank to get even your yeah, but Kiriko's cringe. Like it's not, I'm talking about like attractive and like pleasant. Mei is weird. Sombra's annoying. Kiriko's annoying, personality-wise, right? Who's the nice, sweet character that everybody hates? I think it's just Mercy. I didn't mean like physically attractive necessarily. Like I would describe Winston as attractive, and he's literally a monkey just because he's nice and pleasant and happy, you know? Brig was kind of annoying early on release, maybe. I think Lucio, Ryan, Winston. Yeah, anyway, we won't go get into it. Anyway, long story short. But yeah, you guys are bringing up some good points here. So let's go back in the day here. And this is going to be a little bit goofy with the structure. We might have to go back and post and edit some of this stuff up here. But
can I send it over Discord? Also, maybe
send what, Brax? What is it? I appreciate the bits made. What are you saying? Spilo plus Winston fan art win? No, I was just saying that like he's like he's a pleasant old fellow. You know what I'm saying? Hog takes? Maybe. So why do people, like, if Hog is so hated, why do people play Hog? Why do people play Hog? To be cool? Because he's easy? I disagree with that. I think Hog has one of the higher skill floors of all the tanks. You heard me right. In other words, to pick up Roadhog, being a new player, I think Roadhog is one of the hardest tanks to pick up. Now, not the hardest to master by any means. But I think the mechanical, entry-level mechanics makes this character like really awkward to play. Yeah, I think Hook is one of the most satisfying things in the game to land. For sure. I think there's two reasons why people play Roadhog. Two reasons. So number one, Hook just is amazing, right? And the second thing is this. It's autonomy. It's the feeling, whether it's true or not, of that I'm not relying off of my team for me to be able to just have fun. You're not relying off of your team. You can just do your own thing, right? Now, obviously, that's not true, right? At least all the way. But it's the fact that, I have autonomy. I can do whatever I want, right? You don't have to rely on support. You don't have to rely on your team. And this was even true back in Overwatch 1 where, like, with a previous tank, like, I don't have to rely on my other tank to take space. I can just kind of do my own thing. So that's why people play Roadhog. And the funny thing about that is that also is really, I guess we can start with the first reasons why people don't like playing with Roadhog. It's because he's not, on paper, a team player. You see, even back in Overwatch 1, when people played Roadhog, it's because he was strong or whatever, but Roadhog functioned largely the same. No pun intended. He kind of took his position, he fished for hooks, he did damage, he healed himself when he was low, and he didn't really work with his team all that much. Now, you did have to take the timing and what angles you take and who you contested. You did support your team, but you supported your team in a way that was essentially a DPS. When people say that Roadhog is a third DPS, they're right in the fact that he doesn't provide any sort of intangible support to his team. There's no support through Bubble, Matrix, there's no support through Rhine Shield. And there's also no indirect value of, hey, look at me, bait your attention. And then I'm kind of even Ramacha, right, is like he's a big threatening guy. He doesn't really protect his team at much beyond the one shield, but he is not going to one-shot you necessarily. He's just kind of be a punching bag for his team. And people appreciate that, right? Not even shout, right? People appreciate that. People look at that and be like, oh, that guy's, he's sacrificing himself, or he's providing value or peeling or helping or pressuring. And we've talked about how some of our impressions of tank as being only a tank sponge or damage sponges is inaccurate, but Roadhog has always been exclusively pressure, no real protection. And that is annoying. It's like the equivalent of playing with a hotshot in your sport of choice. It's somebody that never compromises their own value for the team. They're only playing for themselves. Now, you might win the game because they're really good at the game, but it's never about you or you or you or you. It's only about me. So psychologically, it's already annoying. If we win because of a Roadhog, it's because he's just going to hit a bunch of hooks and kill people. You're not really contributing to the team value. Now, does that mean that's a fundamentally flawed character? Not really, but it is unique within the tank slot because most tanks provide at least a little bit of indirect value, right? At least a little bit, or at least give the impression of providing that, right? So that's the thing. And the thing is that when people are looking for something to just get free value, it feels so easy to choose Roadhog, right? We talked about why do people play Roadhog in the first place, and they just want the autonomy. They want the individual selfish value, and that even attracts the wrong type of player for what we're trying to do within the role. You might be like, well, then I'd like to have a character that appeals to DPS players, but it's not just the DPS players, it's also the DPS or the tank player that's mad at their team. You see, if you think about it, when do people swap Roadhog? When do people swap Roadhog? It's not because, it makes the most sense in the situation. 95% of the time. They go Roadhog because they're upset at their team. And they're either directly or indirectly want to either, I want to do what I want to do, or I want to screw you over by picking Roadhog. I got something to prove. I got something to prove to you. You guys suck. You guys suck. I'm just going to play my own game. Right? And so it's anger. It's an emotional response. And do you see how that's probably going to correlate to people hating Roadhog even worse? Because whenever people think of Roadhog, they may not even consciously think of it, but unconsciously or subconsciously, they're associating all those games where something unpleasant goes badly. Before roll lock, their DPS or their tank just gives up and goes Roadhog. Or in current 5v5, their tank goes mad and he just swaps Roadhog. And they're not even good. And this is maybe the worst failure of Roadhog of all. Thank you for the sub. Is that what does failure look like with Roadhog? This may be the most underrated, most important reason why Roadhog is a terrible tank. What does failure look like with Roadhog? In fact, let's actually go backwards. What does failure look like with Winston? What does failure look like with Winston? You guys have all seen it. Dies. You've seen it, right? What does failure look like with Diva? Diva's a little bit hit or miss. You can live a long time, but demeched again. Again. What does failure look like with Doomfist? Jonker Queen. Even Malga, right? Heck, even Orisa. We all know the answer, right? Reinhardt, certainly. The failure is death. Failure is death. At least the obvious failure, right? So you talk about so many of these other tanks, even the tankier tanks, a lot of the failure that they have most of the time comes through dying. And why that's important is it's feedback. It's not always the most accurate and contextual and nuanced feedback, but it is feedback. Whereas a failure with Roadhog is this. And you might go, man, my hook accuracy is really bad, right? But you might also do this and then do dopamine, 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 heal myself, dopamine, missed again. But you know what? Dopamine, shoot that tank. Bam, 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 bam. Dopamine, 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 dopamine. Oh, I'm okay. Heal, heal, heal. Feed with some ult charge to the enemy team. Oh, that's okay. Dopamine, dopamine. You understand what I'm saying? You can actually feel like you're doing things and miss the biggest spike of value in your entire kit. And it feels right, but it's not. It's not. I'm shooting that tank. I'm going to break that shield. Oops, I missed the hook, but that's okay. I'm not even demanding all that healing from my support, right, guys? So you have my own health self-heal, not realizing that your Moira is throwing like 7 heal orbs your way, right? You just kind of exist and do your thing, And a lot of people look at that and be like, yeah, that's why Roadhog's so easy. But I would go opposite. That's why Roadhog's so easy to screw up, because you feel always like you're doing things, even if the biggest spike in your value is not actually happening. And so you get incorrect feedback. The feedback is lying to you. Yes, similar to Orisa, but I would argue even worse than Orisa. because you feel like, oh, I'm self-sufficient. I'm not I'm a hindrance to your team. Yeah, but the enemy tank, even though he or she may be dying, is creating more space, forcing more CDs, maybe demanding fewer resources, building a more valuable ultimate, and so on, so on, so on, so on. And you do that, and that's it. Like, your value tanks, and people just don't realize that, especially because you can just, sit here and do chip damage all day long. So the problem is there's not immediate feedback off of your failure. You guys ever played Widowmaker? How many of you guys have played Widowmaker and gotten flamed by your teammates?
I aim to devastate.
Oh, you're not showing up in the kill feed, Widow. Bro, hit a headshot, Widow. Widow, hit a headshot. Right? How many of that happen? It happens all the time, right? So with Widow, it's the same thing. You could argue, okay, if you don't hit the headshot, it's not worth playing the character. But see, for whatever reason, because Widow in our eyes has that headshot potential, and that's also that she does, which is not really true. We don't hold Roadhog to the same standard. We don't hold Roadhog to the same standard because somehow you can kind of see him doing damage. You can see him getting in there and doing damage. Oh yeah, he missed the hook, but you guys have probably been flamed for missing a lot of hooks. You probably have. But I bet Ferrari, okay, your firstborn child, that you have flamed or been flamed for missing hooks at a fraction of the rate of the Widowmaker does for missing the headshot, even though it's essentially the same thing. Even though it's simply the same thing. You're not competing. Oh, I provide more pressure in the Widowmaker because, yeah, I don't always hit the hit one shot, but I also do. But you're playing versus the enemy tank. You need to get the value of the enemy tank. So that's why Roadhog fails. There's no immediate feedback on your failure consistently. And the reason why people play him is because they want that autonomy. They don't want to have to be the team player, and people resent that. And it leads to a really, 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 really ugly feedback loop. So let's talk about Roadhog's existence here in terms of what value he gets historically. Roadhog has always been a one-shot skill. So not only is that a problem in terms of exactly how much value and how much feedback that you're getting from the failure, but the problem from this also extends into when you're playing Roadhog, all of your skill is pretty much tied into your hook. A lot of it is. So you're thinking, okay, why is that such a bad thing? It's like a lot of the other one-shot characters. Well, the problem is who gets mad when you get hooked? Who gets mad when you get hooked? Who gets mad when you get hooked?
Someone needs to fill this out.
Right? Everyone does. So why is it that when we're talking about one-shots, we're not mad at a Reinhardt charge, but we're mad at a Roadhog hook? And then you might be mad at a Reinhardt charge. You might have been mad at a Hanzo shot, right? You might have been mad at a Widow shot. One shots are annoying. But why is Roadhog's hook so much more infuriating? And for so many people? Risk, right. Widowmaker's existence is risk. Now, she might play a million miles away, and that's when Widowmaker is the most annoying. But if she's playing on a lot of maps, there is some threat to her, and you can outplay or counterplay that. It's when you can't that people hate Widowmaker. Hanzo, same thing. You can just kill the guy. Now you're like, well, I can't reach him, or he just was spamming down a choke, and that's why I really hate him. Okay, then again, it's the same thing. Those are the one shots that I don't like. Reinhardt, a pin, random pin, annoying, but if he pins into my backline and kills somebody, if you're mad at that, maybe that's your problem, because again, risk. The problem with Roadhog hook is when you see a Roadhog peek and angle here, what's your counterplay to this there? What's your counterplay? What's your counterplay? Cover. Don't forget he's there. Right? So then do you punish the Roadhog? So Roadhog, oh no, he missed the hook. So how do you punish the Roadhog now? What's your counterplay to the Roadhog? Nothing. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. You can't even push him because he's going to vape and walk away. You can't even animate him. The most of the time with the range that hook operates and the health pool if you're doing, if you miss a hook, you cannot punish the guy. You see, this ties back into what we were just talking about, where the punishment is missing the hook and the lack of value that he gets afterwards. You get what I'm saying? The punishment is that, oh, now the Roadhog is not particularly useful. But that doesn't feel good for me playing into the Roadhog. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's, either I deny the burst of value and then go back to ignoring him, but when a Reinhardt misses a charge, or Widowmaker takes an aggressive angle, and I know snipers are not the best example. In fact, they're a pretty bad example. But if any other character, even a Venture, right, or Echo or a Genji dashes in for a combo, there's a risk involved in that play. And so if they fail, the result is what? Death! And you are the one that delivers it. And that is feeling good. That feels good. Roadhog misses hook. He's basically good as dead. But the problem is he doesn't know it. And you don't know it. You don't feel good. Oh, wow, guys. High fives, everybody. Nice juke on that hook. Good job on that cover you said. Great movement. Nice job, guys. We're more likely to win this fight now. You don't get the feedback for that, right? You don't get the feedback for it. So that's not rewarding the play versus a Roadhog in the same way that it feels to reward any other mistake from anybody else. So a lot of it comes down to focus the hog when he's playing aggressively. Avoid the hook. Oh, hook down, ignore him. And that's just a terrible gameplay loop where somebody's incredibly important and then totally useless, but when they're totally useless, they're not in the spawn room. Here's a hot take, guys. If you're a totally useless hero, you should be in the spawn room. You should be in the spawn room, right? You should be in the spawn room. You see, that's why a lot of other heroes are kind of ugly, right? Like if you think about like a flank Moira, right? Like let's say there's like a flank Moira. Why is flank Moira kind of like, it's an effective play style, but why is it a bad play style? Think about it for a second. Not a terrible play style, but like a bad health for the game play style. What is a Moira failing to do on a flank if she doesn't get the kill? Think about it for a second. What's the risk of taking a flank as Moira? She's not supporting. She's not healing. Now, Moira is good at that. And in many ways, Moira should be taking off angles and aggression. But when a Moira fails on a flank, it's probably not going to result in her death. Probably not going to result in her death because she has so many defensive CDs. So when a Moira fails on a flank, how does the Moira get punished? She doesn't do anything. She gets her fade forced, maybe she gets her healer forced, and then she kind of has to AFK for a little bit. But again, you don't oh, nice! We got the kill on the Moira. It's just not likely to happen as much. Draxmore, thank you for the sub. Her team gets punished, right? Or she gets forced to AFK in the same fashion of a Roadhog. That's why people hate Kiriko. It's the same thing. What's the risk out of Kiriko taking an off angle and poking you? What's the risk for the Kiriko? The risk of death with Suzu and TP. Tell me about it. Almost zero. Almost zero. Because what does she do? She Suzu, she TP's out. Now the question is forcing Kiriko to TP out and forcing Kiriko to Suzu herself and her losing the angle value? Yes. Massive value. Huge work. Timothy, thank you for the sub. It's very good for your team. It significantly increases your chances of winning the fight by forcing Kiriko, TP, and Suzu. Very great. Good job. But I don't like it! It's not fun! Oh, I foresee TP and Suzu. We're going to have a so-and-so percentage of winning the game. But I don't care. Right? I don't care. And that's why you have all these people complaining about Kiriko because they're like, oh, Kiriko is broken. No, she's not OP, but you don't see that we won the fight after forcing your TP and Suzu necessarily. You don't get that dopamine of actually securing the kill. And see, that's why flanks should involve risk. There needs to be risk involved when you'd make plays. That's why, while permanent stealth, I'm not a fan of that for the reasons that I just explained. But at least the translocator change. I know some people were like, oh, I don't like translocator, all somber dumb. But you know what? At least the new translocator, there's risk involved whenever you go for backline. You might die. You might die. And so when I kill a Sombra that's messed up her translocator, everybody's happy. You know why? Because the Sombra goes, I messed that up. At least she should. And the person that killed Sombra says, yeah, get fricked, baby. Woo! Enjoy the spawn room, trash can. You know what I'm saying? There's actual risk involved, and that's what we want. That's what we want. There needs to be risk. And the problem, going back to Roadhog here, and I hope that we're tying, you see how we're tying this all in, is that when a Roadhog makes a mistake, you don't get the dopamine of punishing that mistake like you do with other tanks. You do not get the punishment. You don't get the dopamine. The counterplay isn't obvious. The counterplay in many ways, and see, this is why this also applies to a couple of the characters, but the counterplay to Roadhog is oftentimes a character like Reinhardt. And you're like, oh no, Reinhardt gets countered by Roadhog. Not really. Not really. Because if you shield the hook, you will lose less HP than the Roadhog will lose. And so what ends up happening is his supports, he has to use more resources or demands more resources than you do, so that then you will indirectly win the fight on main, or you will win the fight on the flanks. If you're falling asleep out of boredom, you and me both. That's not a very fun way to win the game. Oh, I shielded your hook. Yay. Right? I win now. And the best part about it is the Roadhog's probably having more fun than you because he gets to keep shooting. You know, he's stupid. You know, he doesn't know what's going on, but he's like, oh, I love this matchup. I'm countering the Reinhardt. You know, he's just pounding away on your shield. You know, and so there has to be like more direct feedback about when you fail a play. And that hasn't changed. Back in Overwatch 1, we had a period of time. You guys remember the priority pass? You guys remember the priority pass? Where, I mean, they've talked about it recently in the dev blog, and they're like, you know, hey, we need to get people playing tank back in old 6v6. Let's get people playing tank. We knew exactly. Now, yeah. Again, another mark against Roadhog players, because that's all people would do. Oh, let's just farm up. Let's just play get some nice, satisfying hooks. I don't care about winning. I don't care about losing. Let's just lock Roadhog. And again, this also goes back to the design flaw. The character is so incredibly selfish and one-dimensional that if you pick Winston Roadhog, get fricked. If you pick Diva Roadhog, get fricked. Zarya Roadhog, also fricked. Sigma Roadhog, a little bit better, but mostly frickage. Arista Roadhog, oh, now that's an old meta comp, but still bad, so you're fricked. You know what? Wrecking Ball Roadhog. Get fricked. Especially. Get fricking to the extra level frick at them. Okay? And it's just more fricking. And basically there's no value there outside of from kind of holding an angle. And it's not even like, oh, Roadhog players are selfish. That's all you can do is hold an angle and shoot things, right? You just shoot things, right? There's no synergy, there's no complement. You know, even in Reinhardt Winston compositions, which weren't like, you know, not the best synergy there, but there's you know, Winston can dive, the Reinhardt walks forward with shield and takes space. It just doesn't, it's not as creative with Roadhog, and so people really hated Roadhog as a result. But then we move into solo tank era, and Roadhog's still dominating, not necessarily always with the best win rate, although that has happened at times, but just being a general ass, obnoxious, annoying, and so on. So word on the street is, thank you for the 30 bits again. I appreciate that so much. I will name my fourth born child after you. Guys, Roadhog's getting a rework, right? What was this, like a year and a half ago? What year ago? Something? He's going to get a rework. They're going to fix all the problems with Roadhog. Now, you notice here that we haven't necessarily brought up one shot. We haven't really brought up the self-heal and so on. We've kind of brought up the environment of like what is wrong with Roadhog. And maybe we'll talk a little bit about some things that we could do. But yeah, whatever. Roadhog's going to get a rework, guys. So what needs to change with Roadhog? What needs to change? Instead of addressing, I don't want you guys to talk about hook or vape. What were the overarching goals that needed to change the Roadhog? More risk, more options with what you do. More risk, more options, maybe a little bit more counterplay at the same time. So because Roadhog was historically something that was very vulnerable to a couple of different things. So can we address some of those pain points while also introducing pain points elsewhere? You see, the point of reworks is not to remove weaknesses. Is to address overwhelmingly terrible weaknesses while introducing other weaknesses and other aspects. People don't like characters that have ridiculously strong strengths and ridiculously strong weaknesses. It's why Widowmaker is hated, because it's very easy to counter a Widowmaker. But if you don't have the situation, the hero pool, the map for it, it's impossible. People like nuance. You don't even realize it, but you do. All the most hated characters in the game are generally very one-dimensional. So we need to introduce some choice with Roadhog, maybe some dynamics of how he plays. We need to introduce some weaknesses into his raw self-sustain and his reliance off of self-sustain, and so on, and so on, and so on. Now, one thing that Roadhog was relatively weak to, game browser includes custom games to my knowledge. The one thing that Roadhog was relatively weak to is he wasn't actually the best frontline trader because he was a bit of a damage sponge. He had no real form of damage mitigation aside from his heal, which was counterable and interruptible and put on cooldown. And so, you could shield hook and then get to swinging on the guy or poking out the guy and kind of force him into more of a poke playstyle, right? Roadhog was historically more of a mid-range tank because of that. And so the rework comes around, and they remove all weak points with his vape. No counterplay at all with vape. They remove more frontline presence. They do not address one shot besides giving it one extra step. And then, in an already relatively simple character, once you get over the skill floor, right? They remove dynamics of playstyle and skill expression with the weapon. Let's break these down point by point. What did they do to the hook? Nothing. Okay, it's fine. Maybe there's something else that they can do with hook. Did they give him the opportunity to reposition himself? No. Okay, so let's. What else did they do? So we gave him Pigpen. Do you guys remember what the terminology with Pigpen was? More frontline presence. Hilarious. A destructible on a 12, or I think it was longer than that, second cooldown, is frontline presence, because that's exactly what a character with 0 damage mitigation needs, right? More frontline presence. Perfect. Great. Nice. They added Pigpen because they wanted to make one shot a multi-step process. Okay, so it's not just hook and shot. So it has to take a little bit more time to set up. The problem with that mindset is that is the same logic that goes into people saying that give Hanzo his one shot back, just make it longer to induct. Terrible idea, because all you do now is you make it even more consequential when you don't hit that one burst of value. You hit your hook on a Pigpen target with your primary fire and the character is good. If you don't, the character's bad. How is that a successful rework? That is not a successful rework. Introducing more steps to achieve the peak and value needed for the character to do its job is not good design, because it puts him on a gameplay loop where it's essentially the same thing over and over and over and over again. Oh, and now we've made it worse, because instead of having theoretical windows of vulnerability where you could push him after vape, right? Or you could. No, you can't, because now it's no longer on a cooldown. It's essentially heal on demand. Oh, and it has damage reduction now, so even the one counterplay or a few counterplays available weren't there. And this was especially bad because now, what was Roadhog really bad at historically? Not really good in frontline trades. Well, now not only...
Was going to break
thank you, Brax.
My character, but realized
But
basically be repeating
that. Sure. So now, I appreciate the bits. Now you have a character, because vape is... You ever wonder why is Roadhog now a frontline brawler? Like, not exclusively, but more frontline than we've ever seen. The reason is vape. Because now you have damage reduction on demand. Yeah. So you have damage reduction and heal on demand. So you can get into your effective range and just pound and never have windows of vulnerability. Roadhog used to not be able to do this. He used to not be able to do this. Because if you vaped at the wrong time, or you got your vape forced or canceled, you just died. But now you can. Now there's one other reason why Roadhog is better in frontline and has fewer dynamics of positioning. Roadhog back in the day could do close range damage. It just was a little bit risky. Roadhog also could do mid-range damage. It was just a little bit risky. Chat, back in the day, when you missed hook, what did you do with Roadhog? What did you do? Think about it. You miss hook, your value's down, but it's actually not terrible because what can you do while you're waiting for hook? Alt fire. Right. You could alt fire. Because your pressure from alt fire was pretty good. You could actually do decent damage to squishies and tanks from an alt fire. So what ended up happening is, yes, you had bigger cycles of weakness. You were more killable because this was old vape. And if you missed the hook, you were able to contribute outside of the value. You could alt fire. Now, I've seen a lot of people discuss why alt fire was removed, because it was inconsistent value. I understand that totally. I'm not saying that alt fire in the position that it was a perfect design by any means. I understand. But it's what gave Roadhog dynamics of both positioning and prevented Roadhog from being all or nothing. And it also allowed him to play positions that weren't point blank. That was removed. So now we have all of this is around this playstyle, bam, bam, and then brawling in the front line around our vape. Oh, and now I can use all my abilities with this as well. So there's no counterplay here. Was Whole Hog kind of inconsistent and weird with value? Yeah, a little bit. But now I have no windows of vulnerability at all. You see, people confuse dynamics and flexibility with zero vulnerability. That's not how it works. Remember, for every chink in the armor that you remove, you need to chip the armor elsewhere to make them small windows of vulnerability and to make the engagements and choices of how you play and when you play and where you play and what you do more interesting. You have to approach things in that manner. And I think that that's what's missing with this character. Now, a lot of questions are like, okay, big guy, what do you do now? What do you do now? And I'm going to be perfectly and completely transparent with you guys. I don't know. We put a lot of time thinking about Roadhog rework. We talked about using Hog. We even said something about like maybe when he's vaping, he can move faster. Maybe you can use grappling also as a repositioning tool. I thought one of the more interesting changes they did was it the experimental? I don't remember what it was. When you could use hook to reposition, it actually pulled you towards a target. So what I would do is I'd hold close off angles, and then I could either use the hook to secure a kill or reposition. So you had to actually choose it. The problem with Hog is that the vape and then hook as a burst of wind, like a huge spike in your value, is pretty rough. There aren't a lot of good things that you can do with the character. You look at like how do you fix a character like Bastion, or how do you fix a character like Moira, right? It's hard, man. It's hard. So my recommendation with Hog is that they're going to need, they're going to need to go back to the drawing board. They're going to need to go back to the drawing board, I think, with this character. I know there are people that find a lot of value with Hog. I know that the people that enjoy Hog a lot, but he really, really offends a large portion of the player base, and for good reason. He's not only now an anti-squishy tank, but he's also an anti-tank tank. And his value comes through existing on the front line and taking effective HP trades. But the worst thing about it is that even when he's failing, it doesn't feel like he's failing. And man, that feels like it's always a loss. It's always a loss. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And I'm really concerned about this because a lot of people out there, I've heard that, Roadhog functioned better in 6v6. He's fine in 6v6. The problem in 5v5 is that he just has to be this frontline brawler. Total copium, total nonsense. We played a lot of Roadhog in our 6v6, and the character was obnoxious to play versus in 6v6, just like he was for 6v6 for 5 years? And he was also very he just sucked in 6v6 too. But before Overwatch 2 and testing it with the Overwatch 2 code afterwards, it was just awful. He is a fundamentally garbage character design. He's better in 6v6? No, he's not. Because the thing with Roadhog and 5v5 is he can be very frustrating to play versus and against, but you can just go, there's more space to go around him. In 6v6, he gatekeeps angles. He's very difficult to get out of, and playing with a Roadhog legitimately sucks because in 6v6, you are more reliant off of having not an optimal tank combo, but a functional tank combo that can at least take heat, and Roadhog is very inconsistent at doing that. So what it does is that when you're playing with a Roadhog, it's a very unpleasant experience as a tank player. It's a very unpleasant experience. Now, he's killable playing versus, so that's the upside. But the downside is it's a lot worse for the tank player that you're playing with him. So I think that, like, unfortunately, I don't like to do videos where I have nothing but criticisms, but that's all I have for here. We usually like to provide some sort of constructive feedback. We did have the tank rework project, the video. You guys can find that on YouTube. And we did have some ideas that I would like to see tried with this character, but this is like really trying to take like a bologna and banana sandwich and trying to fix it. And I don't think adding a different condiment is going to fix that problem. Are they going to delete Roadhog? No. But I think this is probably something that's going to take a long time to slowly address. I think they need to try some weird things with him. And then I hate to say this, but he needs to remain bad. He needs to remain not particularly decent, not trash tier so that anyone picks Roadhog can purposely throw the game. But he should never even sniff meta in anywhere at any time. So, yeah. Now, I want to see what Ralph has to say. Because I think Ralph has a lot of good takes on things, has a lot of really good ideas. And he also made a video on Roadhog. And so we're going to go back and we're going to watch. I assume that we're going to have some similar takes. But I actually think, knowing Ralph, he'll probably have some creative thoughts. And maybe he'll have more ideas than I do on like what the character actually needs.
Did you forget my thing? My write-up's pretty short.
Brax, you're killing me, man. I'll take a look really quick. How many... Brax is just buying my attention at this point. All right. We'll take a look. Not really a lot of interaction. He's fairly non-threatening and never dies. I don't really care about Brigitte as to be honest with you here. Hook just isn't interactive. It's not reactable. And the counterplay is you do get hooked. Hold a button on a buffer at a stun, right? Trap is a lingering piece of junk to trip on. It's not fun. Yeah. True. Yeah, quad tank, Hog was meta. Hog was meta very much often early, because he was very, very, very strong. His primary fire in early Overwatch 1, like right when I started playing, was like incredibly strong. And then a brief, Zarya Hog meta, which was really rough. Breather's just on-demand healing damage. Just get mulched because he's a fat sack of HP. He's got nothing to offset tank busters other than raw sustain. Right, you destroy him because he can't break a sustain or you don't. He either does things or he doesn't. Like, imagine if the Alias Wellhole could walk around. Right. No, it's true. I mean, it's like there's bursts in value and then just long actions where you're just not really providing value at all. And you don't really interact with it outside of did you stand next to a wall or not. Hence, Overwatch 1 is goated. And Overwatch 1, you just held your other tank hostage if you picked Roadhog, and that happened a great deal of the time.
The worst and most damaging character to ever be released in Overwatch.
Hey!
That's a damn bold claim, because if there's anything that Overwatch is renowned for, it's terrible design, glacial balancing, and above all, fumbling the bag on one of the most promising IPs ever released. In fact, when Overwatch players actually say, we have the worst hero ever released in a game ever, nobody else even bothers to argue. But there's bold, in-your-face, breaking into your house through your window damaging, and then there's the type of damaging that gnaws at the foundations.
Ooh, I like the analogy there. That's true, actually. Brig was very much in your face, but actually Brig has been pretty healthy now, and Roadhog is just Roadhog is that nagging, rotting leg that's been around for, what, 7 years, like I said, or 8 years.
These options, it's theoretically fixable, even if the landlord doesn't do it for over 2 years, and one is so hard to notice that the house can start listing to the side before anyone realizes. Roadhog has and always will focus around the hook, of which the instant kill follow-up has been retooled, removed, and re-implemented such a ridiculous amount of times that it borders on hilarious. The combo has always been janky.
See, that's the thing. Stop talking about whether Roadhog should have a one-shot or not. Start talking about why so much of this character's value comes through just his pure selfish value and the spike in value around hook, which is not complex, it's not nuanced. It's you hit it or you don't. That's it. It's not like you can't make the argument that, oh, having a long CD is a bad thing for tank, because Winston does that fine. But how you set up and how you engage and how you get value out of bubble is remarkably nuanced and in depth. Same thing with Junker Queen Shout, right? Long cooldowns are not a problem. Having downtime and uptime is not a problem. The problem is that you hit the cooldown or you don't. And there's no complexity or nuance or depth into that at all. Can I turn the volume up a bit? I think so, yeah.
If there's any awards here, it's probably for the most reworked ability in a game which still has the exact same intended purpose as it had before the reworking. Honestly, it's not even clear how many times the hook has been changed, because personally I get the impression that on top of the actual we fix the hook patches, there's just as many behind the scenes adjustments and micro changes that don't make it to the patch notes. One must imagine the devs happy recoding the same ability for the 8th consecutive year to avoid edge cases. And I mean, jank isn't a designing crime in and of itself, especially after it's been fixed, and hook is mostly consistent now. The problem isn't the jank, it's the fact that every time the instant kill hook combo gets removed from the game, the player base for the hero drops off a cliff and he either ends up abandoned in general, or more often the combo gets reinstated pretty fast. This is it exactly. This has nothing to do with whether there's more risk with hook or less risk for hook,
or whether Vape should heal this, or more damage reduction, or more healing, or 5v5 or 6v6. It's just broken. The entire design doesn't work. It doesn't work. Pigpen, no pigpen, multi-step, one shot, one step. There's no nuance. There's no thought. There's no design. That's it. It's over.
It's happened over and over again at this point, with the latest time being the release of Season 9, where they once again decreased the hook drop-off range to make the kill more consistent. The full rework to his kit 6 months ago has been widely regarded as an absolute failure in addressing really any of the pain points with his kit.
Yes.
The community sentiment at the moment is that the character is so unhealthy for the game that he should never be good enough to even see regular play. It seems the devs have given up on helping the situation, and therefore there's certainly no further improvements on the horizon. So we're stuck here, with a character who wasn't even well conceived when released 8 years ago, who's made almost zero progress since then, and who makes people want to quit the game entirely every time his play rate peaks. Before Overwatch, the hero-based shooter genre was in its infancy. Honestly, Heavy from TF2 was kind of the only real direct inspiration for how tanks might work, and outside the genre, we had very few good examples of what a PvP tank should be. In almost all cases, this role failed miserably because the PvE concepts like holding aggro and mitigation don't even slightly correlate to a PvP game. I mean, after all, people can just choose not to shoot you. If you look very simply at World of Warcraft PvP, the tanks are, as a universal truth, always less of a kill target for burst damage because of the mitigation on health pools, and in order to balance out this lack of being a kill target, they had to be on the whole less lethal and have less burst than normal class specs. This led to the role being, overall, just horribly boring to play with and against. You have low impact, and you by and whole are less effective as a hero than other specs. And I'd go as far as to say that every iteration of PvP tanks before Overwatch had and still have failed in some way. This is all to say that when coming up with concept for tanks, the devs never really were designing from a place of understanding. Because quite frankly, especially in 2016, nobody in any industry understood how to make them. Should they have CC? Should they give resources to others like supports? Should they anchor the team? Should they have shields? All of these answers were always kind of yes and no. The only consistent factors across the cast the devs seemed to have locked down at launch was firstly that they should be bigger, and that meant the health bar was pretty much scaled to mortar size, and secondly that they should be able to take aggro from the team in some way, shape or form. Some of the ideas they came up with were just clunky. Diva's original DM on a button instead of a meter felt too easy to bait out and too hard to get consistent value from. Some of these ideas were just not good for the game in general. I mean, the ranged anchor tank playstyle of Orisa was just broken on arrival, because if you make a character who can break a choke aggressively with their mitigation abilities, you've necessarily made a character who can defend a choke really well when standing on good terrain on the other side of it. I think it's really easy and common for people to be smug when talking about these early mistakes, but people forget that Blizzard were, in a very real way, laying the tracks down in front of them as they were going.
That's
and
true.
This is why it's so stupid.
And again, like you said, like there is no precedent for this. Say what you will about tank, but there is, at least in our understanding, as much as I've studied tank and support, there is no easy solution to tank at all, because it is a fundamentally flawed character within first-person shooters, and we want tank because we're willing to pay the price because it introduces nuance. But it's like having a really cool spoiler on your car, a really cool paint job, a mock-up. It might not be fully functional. It just looks really cool and it's really fun. You know what I'm saying?
Remarkable that one of the most interesting quirks of Overwatch 1's development is that they completely and utterly nailed tanking and tanks so early on in the first development cycle. Reinhardt, Winston, Zarya, D.Va, Hog. Winston and Reinhardt were characters who wanted to do a big, cleaving burst into the enemy team. Zarya and D.Va were characters with big bursty resources, which, whether by design or by lucky accident, could be used to let Winston and Reinhardt cleave and do their big burst deeper and further into the enemy team. These heroes were honest and fun to play, and from that moment onwards, a common opinion which stood all the way up to the end of Overwatch 1 was that the only good metas were ones where these hero combinations were viable in some way. The pedigree equality given by these first 4 tanks was never followed up by concept even slightly as universally well thought of by the community, until arguably I'd say Junker Queen's introduction 6 entire years later. And then we had Roadhog.
That's actually a great point too. Like how many honest tanks have you had since then? Interesting, dynamic, nuance, provide indirect and direct value, skill-based. I mean, it's Junker Queen, I think Sigma has done better in the solo tank environment. I will give some credit to that as well. I think Ball is a different breed and not necessarily a bad one. But yeah, but Sigma was really bad in 66, so...
A fat bastard whose only purpose was to walk around the map, instant killing everything he comes into contact with. And that's what he is. Come rain or shine, 8 years later, he's still exactly the same. And that's a question I want to answer here. Why is he the same? And what implications has that had on the game moving forward as a whole? Honestly, I think that a sizable margin of the blame goes to the hero design process at Blizzard. When they make a character, it's always been commonly known that a lot of weight goes into whatever ends up on the communal mind map of the hero fantasy board. Hero fantasies appear to be their catch-all term to describe aspect of the character which makes them stand out as unique and interesting in the cast. The hero fantasy of Reinhardt probably has something like Paladin, Protector, Hammer, Shield, German, I love him, and other things like that on it. This has been amazing in terms of focusing different elements of the team on the core concept of heroes, which makes them actually feel good. It's easy to imagine that it allows the different departments to individually work on different parts of a hero and stay on the same page without any one person needing to be CC'd in and improve every step of the process. And that's the genius of the system.
So for me, the hero fantasy has always been like finding like what the hero needs to act and feel like, and then introduce small weaknesses and counterplay capability into that character so that when you play versus the character, you can either feel like the character is filling that archetype or not, but that the choice is up to you. When you're playing Reinhardt, in a situation like a healthy composition or a healthy position for Rein, your mistakes are your mistakes. But if you're playing Reinhardt and you don't feel like you made a mistake, but you still get punished, there's anger involved there. So the existence, I made a video about this, the existence of counterplay from both ends is the difference between sustaining the hero fantasy and shattering it. Because I don't expect to pick up Genji into a comp that I can play Genji into and fail because I'm mechanically bad and blame the character on not fulfilling my hero fantasy. It's just a skill issue. But it has to be a skill issue is the problem. It has to be a skill issue. Otherwise people get upset and the hero fantasy is shattered.
Collective set of goals during the design process and the individual freedom for each department to find their own way to represent these goals. But what happens when the stupidest person in the room steals a permanent marker and writes something terrible on the mind map? What do you do when a core aspect of the hero's kit is not only central to the theme design of fantasy, but is also fundamentally broken in both theory and practice?
See? I'm not the only one.
Roadhog's reception on launch was really bad. Reinhardt had shield, Winston had bubble, D.Va and Zarya had DM and projected bubble, but Roadhog had nothing aside from hook, which could obviously help other players. This lack of direct synergy caused a lot of tension in the early days. The player base would repeatedly ask for a shield tank every game, and bases that they were struggling if they couldn't stand in the middle of nowhere like idiots. Luckily, the player base had mostly moved on from that stuff after more than a couple of years to slowly filter down information to the plebs at the mid-ranks. But it does go to show you that it definitely wasn't just the devs who were having trouble with the concept of tanking a PvP game. Eventually, after moving on from that infancy, we realized that characters like Brawl and later Doomfist and Junker Queen, who don't really ever do any backline peeling and don't really ever protect their team, was still doing the tanking job. Because the job of a tank has always been less about mitigation and more about making or holding space for your team and taking away advantageous space for the enemy team. If the enemies aren't near you, they can't dive you. If the enemy's on a bad sightline, they can't shoot you. If you're in a good place, your damage sources are strictly better. And if you are in a good place, the enemies have to use abilities to get that good place off you. But then we kept moving on and people kept getting smarter. Overwatch 2 about the off-tank made people realize really damn fast that it's not the tank's role to make space and the support's job to support and the DPS's job to kill things. Every player on the team takes, uses, and controls space.
Yes.
Control space by threatening the side.
Dude, I think like when God made coaches, he just gave them like extra brain power. I think that there's just like we might be the most intelligent people in the world. I think we're just talking about video games here, but we might be the greatest people ever, honestly. Also, draw lines are
Like
strong
20 meter
as
range,
well.
and through the old flash and new
I don't know if you guys agree,
incentivizing
but yeah.
fighters, Bull controls space by booping enemies off good terrain and causing localized pressure on certain areas with slam.
No, this
and
isn't
forcing
my
enemies to shoot
apprentice.
people, risk him running amok the entire game. Kiriko controls whatever down space you want because the idiot with the permanent marker snuck in again and wrote teleport and immunity cooldown on the whiteboard. Overwatch has always been a positioning-based shooter first, because when you run everything down to the brass tacks, the first and best advantage you can ever get is an advantage gained by being able to walk to a better place. So,
Yes!
Roadhog is
Yes! Yes! I love it. Yes! Oh yeah, you guys need to, yeah, like while we're busy stealing his content here, I told him I would. You should go check out Ralph. Let me link it in here really fast. Don't tell him I'm streaming right now.
inherently selfish. He has always, since launch, controlled space through moving enemies around through the threat of hook and pressure from his primary fire, which every player on any team can capitalize on by, as I said, walking to a better place. This concept is in many ways why Overwatch is the first game where tanking and PvP actually works, by the way. World of Warcraft PvP and other similar games, including MOBAs, are less three-dimensional and therefore fundamentally just don't care about space control.
How many of you guys have ever played a tank in PvP before? In an MMO. Have you guys ever done a tank in PvP in MMO before? I have. A few different MMOs. It was cheeks, dude. It was so bad. Tanks were so broken. At least this has been a while, so maybe it's changed in like the last 5 or 6 years. But they were so strong. Because essentially what you'd have is the tank class has to PvE, right? They have to PvE. Okay? So they need to have enough damage, at least to have a PvE line, so that they can do damage when they're not playing in a group or a raid or whatever, right? So then you have like these high mitigation, but like competent damage output. And the thing gets worse the closer you get to endgame, because endgame will often introduce like kits and builds that allow them to up their self-sustain, up their mitigation, and or up their damage. And so historically, at least when any games, MMOs that I have tweaked and been aware of, tanks have been a menace in PvP because in many ways they have less burst damage, but they have infinite higher survivability while having competitive damage. And basically it's like you have like a DPS player and then they're like sustains like here. Tank is like, okay, so like tank has like a little less damage, right? But their sustains like here. And ultimately if you add the bar graphs out, tank value is just infinitely higher. Infinitely higher. Sometimes you even have the issue with the support class in PvP too, because again, if you're playing support, you have to play solo PvE for a large portion of the game, so there needs to be a damage line or damage class. But the problem is a lot of those still have some of the self-healing or a lot of the healing that they have in the normal healing line instead of these OP classes. So it's like tanks in PvP for a lot of these MMOs they're just raid bosses. They're just raid bosses. They're just raid bosses in a PvP environment a lot of the time. Which is rough. Now, it doesn't have to be that way. No. But again, what do you do when you can't force taunt the enemy? How do you balance that?
Positioning to even close to the same degree as Overwatch. The concept of tanking in a PvP game only seems to work if denying positioning makes a meaningful difference on your chances to win.
And that's the other thing too, is like the ability to tank only matters if you're creating space. But in a large portion of some of the PvP games that I played, the battlefields were not super well thought out, so that there was really not as much of a thing as a positional advantage, because a lot of it's like target character, press a button. You're not missing. It just hits. Now, I think other PvP games have done a better job of that, of like making certain space controls matter more, matter less, and so on. So it's more of a realistic space control game. But in MMOs, like space isn't as important as it is in a first-person shooter.
But if everyone controls space, what the hell is a tank then? Are they just big DPS who sometimes have mitigation, sometimes boot people, sometimes have shields, sometimes have things like doubles? Is the only common trait just that they're fat and can spend more time in front and standing on objectives? What's so wrong with Roadhog? Sharp.
My thoughts is that tanks have slightly better ways of absorbing attention for longer periods of time. All damaged heroes can take attention. Tank heroes can do so and survive the attention for a longer period of time, either through superior mobility, superior health pools, superior damage mitigation, and so on. In addition, oftentimes tanks utilize the psychology of proximity equals threat, so they're oftentimes closer range characters. Now the question is how far along the spectrum should they be before they get to be a little bit ridiculous and And that's where we have to kind of figure that out.
Volatility, and telegraphing of damage sources. These are all contributors.
No, Tracer is not the off tank. The off tank is an enabler of the tank to control space while also controlling their own space. Tracer does not enable people. She just controls her own space. Now that indirectly might enable, but we talk about like when an off tank does, whether it's a Zarya bubble or a Diva Matrix, it is directly helping the main person take space. Tracer's strictly indirectly. So if anything, Tracer's another main tank, if that makes any sense.
Contributing factors to what's really important, and that's lethality. Sharp damage sources hit in bursts instead of gradually and kill from higher health totals. And Ashe hitting headshots is much harder to take.
I'm being nitpicky, but you know, I think it's a worthy talking point.
Volatile damage sources are unpredictable in their damage output, and Ashe will hit headshots some of the time, meaning that the incoming damage numbers can be hard to predict and therefore are more likely to kill you in a ranged duel. Telegraph damage sources.
So let's go back a little bit.
Hitting headshots is much harder to take. Damage sources hit in bursts instead of gradually and kill from higher health totals. And Ashe hitting headshots is much harder to take a ranged duel with without dying because the damage is coming in bursts of 150 as a headshot. Volatile damage sources are unpredictable in their damage output, and Ashe will hit headshots some of the time, meaning that the incoming damage numbers can be hard to predict and therefore are more likely to kill you in a ranged duel. Telegraph damage sources have a wind up or tell, which allows you to react to the threat of them hitting you. The only tell for Ashe's hit scan damage being applied to you instantly at full damage with headshots is that the Ashe is able to see you. These three factors are what combines to make a DPS's damage sources very lethal, and end fights with one or another of the DPS's dying more often than not. And if you look at the tank category, aside from Roadhog, you always found a purposeful lack of sharp and volatile pressure in Overwatch 1.
There is volatile pressure from Reinhardt, in which I'm sure he'll bring this up, but the volatile pressure is what? So he's right. So there's consistent, no surprises with the damage output. However, the volatile bursts that you do find in Junker Queen and Reinhardt is what? Range limited, yes, but also telegraphed. Loud noise, wind up, high risk, high reward, investment of CDs, proximity. Right. Even something as simple as a Diva Bomb, right? A lot of time to react to that.
Reinhardt has a consistently flat damage source within his range from his swings with a small bump from his fire strike. Zarya has a consistent damage source which increases linearly with her charge and requires a right-click burst either aimed or at melee range as the only volatility in the source. Winston has fairly weak, non-sharp pressure, and the only volatility in the ability is his jump and melee being able to put out burst damage. But importantly, for all these heroes, they have a much more telegraphed damage profile which gives you the chance to trade positioning and cooldowns for resources.
Well, telegraphed in terms of that, it's slower buildup of lethality. But I also want to clarify that in terms of the analogy that I'm using, telegraphed is not necessarily the slower, but there can still be burst damage. There can be volatility, but it's volatility that has warning signs. That's the crucial thing. It's not just that tank has a slower TDK in theory or limitations, but you can see it coming. You know it's coming. They're clear. Whereas Roadhog is at any point in time.
All brawling tank pressure has telegraphs which happen 3, 4, or 10 seconds before the pressure because they have to walk their asses over to you to apply that pressure. All the dive tank pressure has had telegraphs because of their staging range to you and do weaker, softer, or more time-bound pressure due to them having more access to apply.
You can, when I'm coaching dive, I can often tell when a dive is about to be lethal based off the position the dive tanks have. Like you could feel the sense of dread before the successful dive happens because you've already lost the space. You can already feel the proximity. You can already feel it. Whereas Roadhog, that you might not feel that sense of fear.
Everything in the game had been carefully constructed and balanced around these three factors, sharpness, volatility, and telegraphing, to make it so that if a DPS wins a 1v1 fight, someone dies, but if a tank wins a 1v1 fight, unless people disrespect the space of the tank or forget to press their buttons, people move around, trade resources, and live. So, Roadhog. Hook is obviously one of the sharpest abilities in the game, nobody's debating that, and guarantees a kill if landed on almost any target. The only thing that can bail.
Well, see, that's why Doomfist was a fundamentally flawed character, because a lot of damage characters are more sharp in terms of their value, but Doomfist oftentimes there was no warning at all. Like, not like, oh, there's this sight line. You didn't know where the sight line was, and that's why old Doomfist was really rough. A lot of fun, but really rough. But right now, Doom and Ball don't quite have that lethality, at least consistently, unless it has Empowered Punch, which is why that ability is really, really frustrating. But at least with Doomfist Empowered Punch, there's at least some risk involved. Yes.
Out a hook is kind of Suzu lamp, light grip, DM, bubble, that sort of stuff. But regardless of whether those are used, when remember they may not even be present on the team to begin with, the person can still die due to the displacement of the hook. It also stuns after contact, meaning that there's no personal counterplay whilst being hooked, breaking the ability of the majority of the class to use cooldowns and resources to trade for space. It's sharp. Hook is also a skill shot, so it sometimes does nothing, and sometimes a hard wall of guaranteed death depending on how the Roadhog's feeling.
Yeah, see, that's it right there. It's the inconsistency, right?
And field manipulation is far better at controlling players' actions without hard stuns or mind.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
Meaning that even between matches and between players, the ability is massively volatile in its pressure output. You might say, Ralph, sure, you're right on the others, but Hook's Telegraph is slow enough to be reactable and blockable with abilities or walls, and Roadhog still has to be able to see you, be within 20 meters range, and has to have Hook off cooldown. And yes, sure, all of this, you are right. But the fact that he does have a moderate telegraph is complicated massively by the fact that he's a tank. In fact, I'm happy to argue that lethal pressure on a character like Roadhog is a fundamentally bad idea, which causes massive gameplay problems which are completely unsolvable. There's actually 5 untenable problems it introduces. So
Oh gosh, okay, I'm ready for it.
And high volatility given to tanks makes a pressure zone or area of death if you stand here without using stuff uncertain or unpredictable, or at the very least requires more of a player in order to properly understand when and where they're allowed to stand. Overwatch is a hero-based shooter and therefore, needless to say, has a massive onboarding knowledge issue to begin with, especially when it comes to reading pressure zones from abilities. A great microcosm of the issue is when the top professional aimers used to come into Overwatch and get dumpstered by plat lobbies. This is a real issue for the game, and one of the main problems with hero-based shooters in general. When you don't have a proper understanding of ranges, abilities, heroes, game sense, that thing, the entire game feels pretty much arbitrary, and as some would say, absolute bullshit. With Ashe and Widow, people get it though. I stood on their sideline, I risked dying, I could technically kill them back if I was able to click them better. But people are a lot less forgiving when the stakes for them are certain death, and the stakes for the enemy are wait 7 seconds and give it another go.
Right, see, that's the thing, right? It does. There's less immediate direct feedback on when you make a mistake and when you don't make a mistake. And the other thing as well is that the difference between Ashe and Widow is what he said, is you can click them better in theory, right? With Roadhog, it doesn't matter. You're not going to kill him. Right. At best, he's going to overextend, but there's no real legitimate capability, especially post-rework, in actually securing the kill on that target.
I think it's a pretty clear, straight-line argument to say that in places where pressure zones, through ability usage like Hook, are volatile and more untelegraphed, we're going to be making this onboarding problem for new players a lot worse. I think the second big problem with Roadhog is that having a larger health pool gives him access to move around his pressure zones and therefore make them less consistent and readable for the enemy.
That's it, right? That's it. There's no predictability. There's no sort of risk involved when Roadhog repositions himself like a Reinhardt, even within the tank role itself. Like a Reinhardt pinning involves risk, right? There's a large portion of the field that Reinhardt can control, but it always involves risk, and there is audio cue to let you know that he's done so.
Problems with telegraphing and volatility. There is literally nothing more disempowering as a player than knowing about your death 4 seconds in advance and having nothing you can do about it, or being forced away from areas because you have to hedge your bets on a 30% chance you might die at random. This is a problem with sustain and interactability. There's 2 real possibilities here. Firstly, in the case where Roadhog doesn't have enough resources to run across the field at will and hook someone around a corner, the player base is largely incentivized to shoot Roadhog to stop him doing his bullshit. In that case, the player of Roadhog is forced to largely be inactive, sit behind cover and fish off cooldown, which is boring. And
right.
The alternative case is that Roadhog has so many...
And the worst part about it is because Roadhog, I know, I'm going to get a little bit of mobility pulled here, because Roadhog does not have mobility, the whole complexity of choosing which angle that you can rotate to depending on the amount of attention that you're taking is not something that you're able to do. With any other dive tank, when you get that you are the focus of the enemy's team, whether it's deserved or not, there are choices and positions, chess, Sudoku, of like rotating and moving. With Roadhog, it really just becomes how long can I survive with this attention while still trying to at least threaten somebody with Hook, even if it doesn't get the kill. There is no opportunity to reposition yourself. You just exist.
Resources and so much sustain that there's no real chance to ever burn him down, in which case the player base is incentivized to on the whole just completely ignore him and largely just move away from the unstoppable monster going around and insta-killing people. So for the most part, Roadhog is and always has been balanced around this knife edge, because if somebody picks higher damage to burn his health bar or picks specific abilities which interact with him well, such as Sleep Nade, Discord, Spear Rock, etc., he can be kicked immediately out of the second mode of bullshit and directly into the first mode of being completely inactive. So sure, Hook is telegraphed, but the moment that Roadhog becomes unchecked in the game, the telegraph just simply doesn't matter anymore, and he'll kill you anyway, anywhere you're standing. This feeds back again into volatility in his pressure. If he can go from stomp...
So either he's unkillable, so you should focus him, or you should focus him because you can't figure out a hook, and then it's like, which is it? right? Which is it? And you can't even properly read their staging as threat. One of the first things that we talk about when I'm coaching DPS players when playing versus dive tanks is you rotate around the proximity of the brawl or dive tank and you gauge your position, their position as a priority about whether you should be shooting them or not. You take an angle, and as Ashe, you need to know where Winston is. If Winston's far away, it's not really a priority. If Winston's close, then Winston's a priority, and you need to rotate and shoot accordingly. With Roadhog, his effective range is... It's not long distance, but because it's so indescribable, and then you don't really know when and where Roadhog is an actual threat and when it's not.
A lobby to completely inert really damn fast due to specific hero.
Oh, by the way, this is still after the rework, where at least Roadhog was a consistent threat in mid-range. Now he's not. You might actually take 0 damage from a Roadhog because his primary fire at mid-range is so bad, and then get hooked from that range. And you're like, what? What? Like when an Ashe is shooting you, the damage is volatile, but she's consistently threatening at that range. Whereas a Roadhog, imagine if Winston did like zapping, and then he ult-fired you for like 200 damage. Like, what? Like, is this character close range or mid-range? I'm getting there's no consistency of extrapolation, and it's also still super uninteractive with the Roadhog as well.
Counters. How is a new person supposed to predict or deal with this pressure without feeling cheated? They simply can't. So what do new players do on average if the pressure zone seems inconsistent and therefore makes your death feel like complete bullshit? Especially in low ranks, what I've seen from thousands of reviews is the obvious. People just space further around it so that they're clearly out of the uncertain death area. And this naturally comes with all the standard negative effects of spreading out in Overwatch. It makes the game about who can win the straight resource trade on the target in front they can shoot, something counter swapping, or makes the game about waiting for sharp long range spam damage to get another kill. And if sharp long range spam damage is the main solution, the tanks and supports are necessarily cosmetic, and even the DPS don't enjoy the game. This is boring and tiring gameplay and plays exactly into the game's weaknesses. Nobody likes being forced to sit at 100 yards range waiting for kills. People like dynamic mid-range fights, and
well, because you don't have any hand in play in terms of killing the character. There is no realistic way that you can actually contribute towards that character's death. So you have to feel the counter swap to a point. Upshot, thank you for the sub. You have to counter swap to a character where you do feel like you have a chance, and there's not many that can do that, right? And that's why I've even had problems with something like a Wrecking Ball, where I like Wrecking Ball's design compared to Roadhog, but he still has too much HP and is still too fragile to CC. So Wrecking Ball is either getting blown up or Wrecking Ball is taking no damage. You get to choose.
Active resource trades. But really quick at medium ranks, it becomes pretty clear that spreading out to avoid instant death mechanics is a really bad idea. You know, Junkertown, where there's an attacking Widow and nobody ever takes a duel, nobody ever peeks cover, and you lose to her regardless despite her getting no kills because you control the entire map by existing. The actual answer to sharp volatile pressure isn't to entirely avoid the pressure, it's to call out periods of low pressure, challenge them at an advantage, and make sure they don't get free.
Right, finding moments of vulnerability. And remember, we talked about that. Where are the moments of vulnerability with Roadhog?
Be disrespecting Roadhog's hook to various degrees, because if you respect the 50% of hooks Roadhog's banned to miss, you've given up 100% of the space for free. So there's an incentive here to play within the hook range, properly around cover, and we're left in the curious situation where low and medium ranked players are either not interacting with the hook at all and playing a more boring game for it and losing at long range, or interacting with hook and winning the game at the cost of being arbitrarily killed by something they don't yet have the skill to track and predict. All scenarios here are just bad for the game. There is the classic response people give. Just get better, start predicting the pressure, start tracking the cooldown, start seeing what he can or can't get away with. But to start with, there's obviously at least one person on the battlefield who doesn't really have that option. Roadhog, because of the extreme sharpness of the ability, has always been a tank buster. Not necessarily in terms of the ability to break through armor anymore. In fact, the new recent breakthrough of the dev team in reverting the armor back to the old Overwatch 1 version where it reduces damage from pellet-type weapons more is a welcome change. I mean, one might wonder if it might have actually originally been that way for a good reason.
It's a bad change. It's a bad change. It's a bad change. I disagree with Ralph here. I already had my discussion on the topic. It completely opens up tanks' vulnerability to higher damage outpulls characters, which is ironically the type of characters that are sometimes the most frustrating to play versus. But yeah.
Before it was arbitrarily changed to a 30% reduction.
And I also don't know that I 100% agree that Roadhog has always been a tank buster necessarily. It's because he was situational in Tank Buster for sure, but he did have moments of vulnerability back in the day. Like, it's hard to believe, but a Roadhog without Vape and Hook could, in theory, die to a Reinhardt before. Like, not immediately, but there's a possibility there, you know?
when Overwatch 2 was released, but if I'm going to start listing the arbitrary changes for Overwatch 2 which have been reverted, we'd be here all day. Let's hope they revert one more change. The point is, if landed on a tank, sometimes even more than if landed on a DPS, hook guarantees a fight win simply due to the displacement. In order to withstand a landed hook, you either need some sort of infinite damage block, such as Sigma or D.Va, or enough movement in your kit that you can counteract the displacement from the hook. Especially the broad tanks Ram, Junker Queen, Reinhardt, Zarya, in particular, are screwed by such a sharp ability. So you might say, Ralph, nobody needs to block the hook with an ability. Walls are shields, you dummy, and sure, but that's just skipping the problem. Because you're right, I can play around the hook. People at high level have learned the range and learned to closely watch the movement and the damage going into him to see what his limitations are on the ability to literally come and get you. But that ignores the fact that using cover appropriately is one of the most difficult things to learn in the game.
Good point. Good point. Good point. Good point. First person shoot fundamentals should not be so oppressively important that you are unable to enjoy the game at its base level versus certain characters. Because it removes the skill curve of the game and introduces a skill shelf where you're unable to enjoy the game until you check that box, at least to a decent degree.
Represents a really high skill floor that, importantly, completely eclipses the actual skill required to fire out the hook on cooldown at the big target on the enemy team. And what are we even talking about here? Is being forced to stand behind a wall every single time the hook is off cooldown, or else flirt with an instant death mechanic, really something that's good gameplay in the first place? And if you don't want to stand behind a wall, and instead, I don't know, want to contest an objective maybe, which I've heard tanks sometimes do like to do, you're forced to hold mitigation abilities and blocks of the hook, creating a stalemate situation. Okay, have you ever played that Gladiator game where you have a beam that you're on and a double-ended foam stick to hit the other person off with? People very quickly realize, and I very quickly realized, that attempting to hit the other person off the beam is almost always the incorrect choice because it destabilizes you so much. And you always end up with one smug bastard against you who just waits for you to throw yourself off balance without even moving. If you play long enough, you both start learning that standing there and not doing anything is commonly the best option. If the enemy's on Roadhog, you either play touch and cover or stalemate with abilities, being completely inactive and literally just waiting for our DPS to do something interesting. The game is slow, boring, you do
The
nothing.
only difference between Hook and Widow one-shot is the fact that Widow is more consistent in her threat. Hog is inconsistent in his threat. And then Widow has counterplay, and more obvious counterplay, let's put it that way, in more circumstances where Hog's counterplay is non-existent and is just simply if he misses the shot, he doesn't get value. There's no immediate dopamine off of punishing the Hog who missed the hook. It's just, well, let's hope he misses again. And comparing Hog and Widow, and while they are similar in some ways, like especially a Widow on a good map, Widow is also a really crappy character. Also a really crappy character. Like Hog and Widow are toxic in similar fashions, yes.
And then if you miss up once you die instantly, all you can do is sit and wait. So I'd be completely remiss to mention at the moment that all of these problems with Roadhog that I've already stated are completely and utterly compounded by the swap to 5v5. One of the effects of tanks which are kind of underrepresented.
Remember my thoughts on 5v5. Yes, he's right. This has been worse in some aspects. But it also means that in 66, you were not only held hostage by Roadhog's design if you were playing versus a Roadhog, but also your ability to take space, create space, and make space as a tank was significantly limited based off of your Roadhog's ability to hit hooks. There was no value off of your tank even providing any sort of indirect mobility at all. So Roadhog kept his team, did not keep the enemy team hostage as much because he was more punishable. But in Overwatch 2, he keeps his team, or Overwatch 1, he kept his team more hostage through his own incompetence.
In discussion nowadays is their ability to simply stabilize and even out sharp pressure. Spam damage from Junkrat, Fire Symmetra, and chokes, which players had to walk through whilst being spammed, used to be a major part of the game previously. And whilst we all agree this was terrible design space, previously the two tanks did help to mitigate the worst of it. Sharp pokey damage was also shut down massively by tanks, Widow and Hanzo in particular, because even if you ignore the extra ability mitigation in the game, at its base level in a random ranked lobby, if you have two guys that might do something like shut down a Widow, it's more likely to happen more often. This was, by the way, one of the reasons people wanted Reinhardt's shield to stand behind Widow in the game, at its base level, massively by tanks, Widow and Hanzo in particular, because even if you ignore the extra ability sharp pokey damage was also shut down massively by tanks, Widow and Hanzo in particular, because even if you ignore the extra ability mitigation in the game, at its base level,
Widow Hanzo was only shut down if you didn't have the space. If you did have the space, Widow Hanzo were not exponentially, but more powerful because it was harder to contest the space because the value of chokes, the defensive advantage of two tanks was more than the offensive advantage of two tanks. In other words, having two tanks in a good position was more powerful than having one tank in a good position. And we learned this in our 6v6 bugs, no matter whether you have double shield or not. Widow goes from being absolutely awful. So in 5v5, Widow is stronger on attack situations. In 6v6, Widow is stronger in defense situations, if that makes sense.
Random ranked lobby. If you have two guys that might do something like shut down a Widow, it's more likely to happen more often. This was, by the way, one of the reasons people wanted Reinhardt.
Because you also have another body to prevent the other person from shutting down the body. You get what I'm saying? Like, I have another tank to deny them from being able to shut down the Widow. So
there was a lot more sharp or spam damage in the game, and community education was low enough that they didn't know how to play around any of it without the shield. Naturally, adjustments have been made to the format to account for this. By and large, projectiles have been sped up and splash damage reduced to even out the chances of deaths due to random bullshit.
Ralph.
Community education has gone up massively as well, and what was once an impossibility in gold like don't look at the Widow without clicking her, has now reached the hands of mere mortals. But that doesn't stop the truth that having less tanks on the field means that there is both less checking of the enemy Roadhog's positioning and less checking of the Hook's ability to access backlines and kill once it has accessed the backline. I won't spill more ink on this topic, I'm moving on. As with all extreme designs like
curious
Widow,
what his thoughts are on
Hands
the
of
rework.
and Roadhog, all of the areas of the design space which were always somewhat problematic in 6v6 have often, without significant tweaks, become unhealthy in the current format. So yeah,
In 66, she might be worse overall, but there were windows of opportunity. The second tank make the Widow look at her for a little bit. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I really think it's a give and take. You know, I think objectively, Widow was a lot easier to stuff out in 6v6 when you didn't have space, for sure. Whereas in 5v5, it's a lot harder to stop a Widow from taking an angle, right? So
the character has massive innate problems due to the lethal pressure design generated 8 years ago, which have always had negative ramifications on the gameplay, and these problems have been compounded with the swap to 5v5. So, we got a full rework. Yay! Let's knock a couple of the easy aspects out. Due to other parts of this kit being terrible to play against and the character now needing to do stuff like contest points and generally stand out in the open in 5v5, quite a lot of the power in this kit has been simply moved over time into sustain and ability to just exist. We all know why high sustainability is bad.
So he's basically saying in 5v5 there's one fewer tank to take attention, so you need a tank that has a little bit more direct mitigation because you could be the source of attention more often. And that is true. But every other tank has been able to do that significantly better and mostly just fine, with the exception of off tanks, and that's a longer story. You can't put lipstick on a pig. It's just still a pig.
All you have to do is look at the other tank rework, and you get the point. Unkillable heroes are uninteractive, and infinite sustain is possibly the worst type of power to ever give a hero.
Yes.
I mean, Breather has, over the years, gone from a root with no damage reduction, to being able to use it freely while walking, to being able to use it freely with damage reduction, to now being able to use it freely whilst on a meter with damage reduction without it being interruptible. I'd argue that this aspect of the rework, combined with the same treatment for Roadhog, have somehow managed to make the design of one of the worst designed heroes in the game directly worse. Naturally, with more sustainability comes not only
I'm not
more
responding
ability
to
stand
that.
on point, but more ability to walk into your backline and hook someone minding their own business. And Breather is definitely a prime suspect for that. But Roadhog now does one thing and one thing only: delete the enemy tank on cooldown, barring DM, grants, and a couple of other
yes,
abilities.
excellent.
It just guarantees
Excellent
a kill.
point.
The reason for this change is easy to see. If you have Roadhog and they have rock, spear, or another stun, you literally cannot use it. So the fight turns into another ability stalemate.
It was a bad cooldown because it only did one thing and it was super easy to counterplay, like Vape. Now it doesn't have any counterplay, but it still does exactly the same thing. It's like saying, oh, this ultimate is bad. This ability or ultimate is bad because it only does the one thing. We should make it impossible to stop. That'll make it better. No. No, no, no. 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 It's like saying, man, that Star Wars movie is really unpopular. People keep walking out of the theater. Let's tie them to their seats so that there's fewer people walking out of the theater. No! 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 That's not why. That's like watering the sidewalk to make it rain, you know? Like, no.
The other player's stun will just get held forever until inevitably you use it and get stunned out. Before, the stalemating issue was less extreme because Roadhog in 6v6 was an off-angler, meaning you could use the ult in places where the stuns weren't, or alternatively, you had another tank who can give you...
That is actually a good point. I will say in 6v6 the ult made a little bit more sense because you weren't necessarily sitting on the tank all the time, if that makes sense. Like you were on the off angle, like you're like, okay, well then how do I off angle if I like I'm contesting a DPS? I mean, I agree. That is a very good point.
Protection during the ult, but nowadays the best way to prevent Roadhog one-hitting your entire backline if you're the enemy tank is to mirror him and stay on his angle. This means that Roadhog is almost by definition on main the majority of the time, and on main you can't dodge the stuns. When
Well, he's on main. Remember, he's on main for two reasons. two reasons not just two reasons, but two important reasons. Is number one is because of the vape change, which has allowed him to be able to play much more like a brawly tank with zero counterplay. And then the other reason is that because they've removed alt fire, your impact from medium range is significantly lower. At least it's significantly more inconsistent. Hey, Sammy.
In following. So in my mind, Blizzard's fix was the
Hope you're
obvious
doing well,
path to
Sammy.
least resistance. Making Roadhog and Breather just not interact with their worst counters solved the stalemating issue. But again, this reduced the interactability of the game and made Roadhog a one-size-fits-all to leave the tank ability. I think the question to ask is, was there another fix here? And my answer personally is pretty simple and pretty sad. There really wasn't much else to be done.
Oh no, Ralph, you were supposed to save me. I didn't have any ideas either. Ah! No! This character has to be deleted. Delete Roadhog!
Channel tank ultimates which need constant LOS with the enemies in order to get their value need some other way to stop stuns interacting with them when you remove the other tank. This problem is so intractable that even non-tanks who aren't being mirrored by the stuns and don't have to be in melee range to use their channeled abilities, e.g. Moira's Coalescence, have now had these type of changes too. As always when discussing 5v5, yet another region of regular design space have been rotted out and made unhealthy by the more simplified format. There's no real other fix for this.
Oh, don't sneak that in there. I hate when he does that. I'm gonna take Ralph in a 1v1. By the way, I'm working on the 66 script. Dude, it's going to be a doozy. I've already spent like 45 minutes on that son of a gun. We're going to have all the sauce, man. We're going to have all the sauce. I really had fun playing 66, honestly, guys. Like it was great fun. I'm very confident that like no matter what format we do moving forward, like it's going to be fun. So I'm going to give you my full thoughts, like the full breakdown of upsides and downsides and like things that they're going to need to do if it's 66. It was good. My 66 head down. I'm not really either. My personal strategic preference is 5v5, and I don't like when people try to pretend that 5v5 is less strategically complex because it's just objectively not true. But I also definitely see a lot of the major flaws with 5v5, and some of which I don't think are solvable. But I also think there's some flaws with 66 that I don't think are entirely solvable as well. So it's really like pick your poison. And I also don't think we really know which of those flaws is easier to just ignore and live with. I don't think we really know right now like which of those is. So I'm just open for testing on either one. And that we did a lot of that the last few weeks. So.
Issue than reworking or changing the ultimate. So let's just add that to the pile of reworks Blizzard.
Here's what I don't like. I don't like when people be like, 5v5 bad because see what they did with the hog rework? Yeah, see, they had to just do this. But it's the same lazy argument that says that 66 was bad because double shield. It's like, it's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? That's just, that's like, it's not intentionally lazy, but Ralph is better than that.
Have now had these type of changes too.
Come on.
As always, when discussing 5v5,
when's the 1v1 happening? I don't know, man.
And made unhealthy by the more simplified format. There's no real other fix for this issue than reworking or changing the ultimate. So let's just add that to the pile of reworks Blizzard are never going to get around to for their new format. The primary fire rework was also interesting, but a bit of a wash by the hole. The left and right click previously being split.
Very nervous laugh, Spilo? Nah, dude. I'm so confident. You see this this is the face of a confident person. See how confident I am? Very confident. The most confident. There's confidence, and then there's me, and then sorry, way up here. You guys don't need to see it. Super, very confident.
Created a healthy skill curve to play the character, and the rework removed that depth, making it easier for players to abuse Roadhog at a low level. But the rework did also tackle problems with the volatility of Roadhog's damage, because he used to randomly get skillful insta-kills when the right-click just so happened to line up with a character's head by accident. It was important to remove the dead zone between right-click and left-click when transitioning to solo tanking, but I do personally miss the old fire mode, so let's move on. The real interesting part of the rework,
I'm not biting my nails,
in the first place, is the pig pen. The stated top goal of the rework as a whole was as follows. I'm
surprised you didn't talk more about all fire. I know like the random kill aspect was, but like man, like losing your choice of positioning dynamics sucked. Oh boy. Thanks for the raid, Luca Go.
Quote, the broad goal of the Roadhog rework was to improve his frontline presence on the battlefield as a tank hero and reduce the frustration enemy players had with.
Dude, improve his frontline presence. Oh. Oh, that is as good as the what was it, the Ramatra, the first tempo tank, man. Ay.
How consistently deadly his hook combo has been.
Frontline presence, man.
Despite the fact that the stated goal of the rework was to, quote, improve his frontline presence, instead I prefer to focus on the rest, and the complete and utter failure of the rework to do what really mattered, which clearly was to reduce the frustration enemy players had with how consistently deadly his hook combo has been in the past. And if there's any one part of the rework that may have been designed to do that, it's clearly the pig pen. Their description of the logic for Pigpen is here, quote, "This enables Roadhog to have control over a wider area, and with a little bit of pre-planning, can be used to either help protect his allies or further enhance the effectiveness of his hook combat." The idea is pretty simple.
Hello, Boger. Thank you for the raid. We're busy losing our minds. We're looking, we talked for a long time, like 40 minutes about my problems with Roadhog. And then now we're looking at another video about somebody else that's talking about why Roadhog is bad. And then a Winston player jumps in. I guess you're officially now a Junkrat player. How's Diamond 4 treating you? Or was it Plat 1 now? Why am I starting from 1? What are you guys talking about? You're masters? That's the biggest lie I've ever heard. Why are you counting to 1,000? Why are you saying you're idiots, bro? You build your community, you jackass. If your community sucks, that's your problem. My community is really intelligent, smart, donates lots of money, uses lots of big, impressive words, and pats me in the back constantly. Go ahead. Have fun. Listen, trust me. You guys type all you want. Yeah, sure, why not? Go ahead. I don't give a frick. I'd be surprised if you guys can count past like 15. So, yeah, good job, guys. Good job. Have fun. Keep going. Keep going. Listen, I want you guys to think tonight. You're gonna be sitting in bed, right? Or lying in bed, and you're gonna go, "What did I do with my day? What did I do with my day?" I typed numbers in an Overwatch streamer's Twitch chat. And then you're going to have an existential crisis. You're going to burst into tears. You're going to sit sobbing in the bathtub. Probably the first time that you've even taken a bath in like months. And you're going to feel this overwhelming sense of total uselessness and dread. And you know what? It's deserved. It's deserved. At least you're not playing Overwatch like you. Does it look like I'm playing Overwatch? And you're in an Overwatch streamer's Twitch chat! What's worse, playing the game or watching somebody play the game? Are you dense? Are you damaged? Get help! Don't let's not about TikToker. Don't do the TikToker thing, bro. I still have PTSD from the TikToker hair thing. The ad timing was gold. Frick me, man. See, this is the one time I don't want ad revenue. This is like you're losing the opportunity. No, shut up, Boger. Shut up, Boger. Shut up, Boger. Listen, just because Aspen doesn't remember the person that interviewed her doesn't mean that I will not be defined by that moment. No, I'm not the guy from TikTok. No, I'm not the guy from YouTube Shorts. No. Dude, she forgot who I was. I interviewed her. I trialed her. I vouched for her 4.7K when a bunch of sexist, like, turd muffins were giving her a hard time. And she's like, "Are you a TikToker?" I'm like, man, are you kidding me? You are boosted. Are you the glass dude? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Dude, I'm not joking. When they removed the glass in Colosseo, I legitimately think I received 50, 60 plus DMs over Twitter and Discord. Everyone was like, "Oh man, I think let's at the Spilo guy because they removed the glass." Thank you, Boger. You too, brother. Hope it's painful. Yeah, that was the day of all time. No, it's not success. Like, they removed the glass, but like, I didn't get any money out of it. Do you guys think I got any cash out of that? Do you think Blizzard sent me a check? Thanks for the great idea, jackass. Enjoy this $15. Have a nice meal over at Mickey D's. I didn't get anything. I got nothing. I got nothing but the ability to enjoy the map like every single one of you jackasses, except I'm the one that actually put the time into figuring out what was wrong with the map and explaining it in an extremely well thought out, well worded, and eloquent way. You guys get to live with the good consequences of all the work that I put in, but I had to suffer. I had to coach the glass for years at the Overwatch League level. How the frick do we break this choke? Nobody knows. I will figure it out. I like the glass. Well, you're dumb. You personal. You are dumb. Yes, you. You are dumb. You can get literally paid by Blizzard for being a genius right now. Well, I've been doing it for years and I haven't seen a single paycheck. Could it make them bring back 2CP next? No, you are also dumb. Everyone's like, oh, 5v5, you could try 2CP. I tried it. It's bad. The chokes are fine to break, but the whole concept of like, hey, let's lose. Win 2 fights, game's over. Hoy, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for sacrifice. Yeah, see, that's the mentality we need in this chat. Listen, guys, I don't know how Boger treats you guys. We do things differently here, okay? You don't disagree with me. You don't say anything unless it's a compliment or like, wow, that's great. Or donating bits. That's good. Bits, subs, prime subs, donations, all that kind of stuff. You say, yes, sir. You say, no, sir. You say, okay, sir. You say, love, anything along those lines. There's no disagreement. You don't let the brain, if you let the brain rot kind of bubble up, just push it back down or just send it over somewhere else, okay? Not here, okay? Yeah, I'm gonna start having like a required IQ test before you guys are allowed to open your mouth, okay? No, yes, daddy is brain rot. That's not allowed, okay? We don't do that here either. No. See, this is my problem. I can't even. You guys, this is it. No, we're gonna cull the herd. Leave the chat. Get out. Leave the stream. Out. Go. I don't want your ad revenue. Don't leave it on the background thinking to be Mr. Mice. I don't want your money. Go away. You either stay. Yeah, CAPTCHA. That's it. Right. That's what we really need. A CAPTCHA. No oiled up twerking competition. Don't call me Sergeant Glass. No, you're looking pretty handsome today, more than usual. That's a backhanded compliment, which I don't like. And then you also didn't say you're correctly. It's Y-O-U apostrophe to fill in for the A that is missing, as in you are, R-E. You fail the IQ test, leave the chat. You're gone. See ya. Have a good afternoon. Read a book. John Prostate? I don't care about John Prostate. Why are you guys always asking about John Prostate? You're looking less handsome today? No. Do you not understand like what I'm saying here? Can you not is this too hard for you? I'm sorry, Mr. Spilo, sir. Can we please continue the video so we can continue your amazing genius commentary? You're stretching it a little much, but you're on the right track. You did it wrong, bird! You spelled it wrong!
The average IQ of the chat by tilde.43 single.
Yeah, ironically, Brax, it's the lowest IQ thing that you do is donate bits. My king, if I may broadcast my opinion, I think you should calm down. That's better, but you missed the period at the end there. Also, I'm not your king. I guess maybe I could be. I guess it depends. It's the connotations here that I'm a little weird with. You freaking happy? Maybe. Yes. Okay. If you call me the lesser Ralph, I'll drop you like a bad habit. You get what I'm saying? Okay. We'll continue. We're talking about Roadhog. So maybe you guys will fit right in.
Split the ability into 2 parts. First, make the instant kill combo not possible by moving the hook target further away when they're pulled in. Secondly, make the other part of the combo, the trap, have to be pre-placed in order to be able to do the instant kill. This, in theory, solves a couple of problems. The trap is a tell that the hook combo is active, or a telegraph, meaning that not only does Hog have to set up a trap before hooking, giving you time to react, but you can avoid sightlines within a distance
Maybe,
of the trap rather than in distance of a moving Hog.
Dude, I'm not a React streamer! It's one video! And this was my idea first!
Also moves off team play into Hog's kit because the slow gives time for the teammates to contribute to the kill. It's pretty genius as a concept. Roadhog has a hero fantasy which involves a one-shot hook combo. In fact, every time you remove the one-shot hook combo, people stop playing him. And this change allows you to, in theory, keep his identity whilst making that hook a lot more telegraphed in a world where ways to stop it or play around it are a lot fewer. You get to have your cake and eat it too. A less sharp, less volatile, more telegraphed version of the hook, which still has the one-shot which Hog players love, still has all of the hero fantasy intact, and stops his limitless access to space.
You know what Roadhog players like as well? Glue. I don't give a frick what Roadhog players like.
Making other players like hell. So what the hell went wrong? Because we're 2 years later and Hog can one-shot again without the trap. Well, the first problem is telegraphing. Pigpen as a telegrapher hook is really bad. It's a tiny trap that can be shot, and therefore, when you have a trap that can be shot, you can't put it in the open because people can shoot it. So where do you put it?
Good for you,
Well,
Brax.
behind a damn wall, that's where you put it. And with Hog's turning range seemingly going up to like 180 degrees or so, and Hog's throw-out animation for the Pigpen also being relatively low profile, and it making very little noise when it's dropped, and it having no glow effect or anything else around it, the telegraph may as well not exist at a low level. And at high level, it's even worse because the trap is so obvious that when you understand the game, you know exactly where the trap is without seeing it. Somewhere vaguely behind a wall near Roadhog is always a pretty good guess. The second problem it didn't solve was sharpness. The trap's combo did reduce the lethality against DPS pretty well, but for the tanks, the displacement was already the lethal part of the hook, so what happens when you do nothing to affect the part of the hook that actively matters to them, and then put a slow effect on them once they get there? It's literally even worse than it was before.
Yeah.
So Roadhog
The worst part is that the displacement from the hook was a big part. And then, like he's saying, the slow is disproportionately more affected on tanks. The slow, you don't give a frick about a slow and a squishy. Who does anyone care? No, it's this tank that matters. And so, like, again, it reemphasizes the play that he's playing. Stop donating bits! I want to talk!
Never use sarcasm or be disingenuous.
Even more of a tank counter swap. And thirdly, the run you down and hook you wherever you're standing gameplay still worked exactly the same because the actual execution of the trap was completely flubbed. It deploys so fast that you can literally just throw it down, hook immediately after, and use anywhere you want. If you're doing that fat bastard Roadhog thing, which he always could because he's a tank by running through the entire map to get you, it doesn't matter if the hook is slightly more telegraphed, because the telegraph wasn't the trap, it was the fact that Roadhog started running towards you 5 seconds ago. The only real progress the combo made in reality was slightly increasing the skill floor of the hook combo by essentially ensuring that you have to not waste the trap on something random before you want to hook.
Right, exactly. You know, yeah. I think the thing is also is that, like, it didn't even really increase the ceiling that much because there isn't a whole lot that you can do with trap in terms of, like, I really tried when he first came out to try and think of, like, creative ways to use it, and it really is just throw it on a corner wherever you're at, really. By the way, if you guys actually want, like, the thoughtful conversation, we had thoughtful conversation early in today's stream, like the first 45 minutes and even the earlier parts of this year. Now we're just kind of running through, and I'm more curious to see what Ralph has to say and what is he revealing. I'm curious does Ralph have any conclusions?
And that you remember to press that one button before hooking. So, I mean, yeah, it worked a little bit. The telegraph was in place, and I guess Roadhog was...
Do I think Hog Shotgun Hook combo would be better in DPS here? I don't really think so. I'm not trying to, I don't want to react, guys. This is not react. This is why I don't do react content unless I have something thoughtful to say. This is the one I talked with Ralph about it, and I was like, maybe there's something that I can learn from this here. I think the one thing that I learned is that he was talking about how, like, the whole Hog has been exacerbated in 5v5, which is a really good point. A couple of other things that kind of like reconfirming some of the stuff here, so.
Less lethal to DPS players. Now, I don't work at Blizzard, I don't have in-depth player number statistics, I am only a sage capable of reading between the lines, and it's pretty obvious in retrospect to me what happened next. So to
Pretty
explain the
obvious.
rest of the story, we have to turn no longer to the gameplay, but to the meta. So, the rework went in. All of this, all the whining about the hook, all of the complaining about hard pressure and volatility, really belies what I'm sure you've been all saying in your head since the video started. None of this was ever an accident. The hook, the self-sustain, the survivability, the selfishness, Roadhog is, was, and has always been, completely on purpose, a magnet for DPS players who want to moonlight in the tank role to give them an option which fits more around what they normally enjoy doing.
Oh, that's a conspiracy theory. Oh, hi, Sky. Trap has been bugged against Zarya for ages. I'll start a position. Maybe I'll get removed. That would be lovely, Sky. It's a fair point, but also Mercy exists, and Mercy players have been miserable at Mercy's position for a long time, including Mercy players. I think there's just certain characters that they just don't know exactly what to do with, and it's because they're really difficult to design and/or balance, and that they were like fundamentally flawed in some way, shape, or form, and it isn't really an easy option or choice. It's also worth pointing out that Mercy and Hog haven't tweaked a lot. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with this, but I also don't really know.
And that sounds absolutely fine on the surface. It sounds like it wouldn't cause any problems whatsoever. Blizzard has pitched their entire theory of mind in terms of how to make a character on the mind map and on the hero fantasy. But every time they try and work around it to make the combo less sharp, I mean, the win rate for Roadhog doesn't drop off that much, but the player numbers drop off the cliff. Exactly as the numbers did this time. Exactly as they always have. Because when you make a fantasy or a mind...
Yeah, just because we did get rated, I do want to point out, guys, if you want to check out Relth, is he streaming right now? Is he streaming right now? Is he? Frick. Chad, is he streaming? Oh, he's streaming now. Oh, okay, either way. You can check out his YouTube channel, and he does stream twitch.tv/Relth. And he's a pretty smart dude. I've known him for a long time. Not really well, but we've kind of both been in the coaching sphere for a long time, and so smart guy. Good videos. Check him out.
map or a plan for a character, what you actually make isn't always just the content of the whiteboard.
Bubble breaks early.
At this late hour, I can finally reveal to you the real problem with Roadhog, hiding just below the surface the entire time. The insidious force undermining every step made towards making Roadhog more reasonable, removing every chance of the insta-kill hook being rubbed off the whiteboard.
Here we go.
Let's rip the band-aid off and speak some actual truth here. The players who play Roadhog don't care about the hook, they don't care about the selfishness, they don't care about the heal, they don't care about being fat, they don't care about the lore or the fantasy or the hero design at all. The players who play Roadhog only care about stomping a lobby. And I know this is the case because this is exactly the player base Blizzard has purposely courted over the years.
Wait, isn't he saying like, isn't they like just run the lobby, like raid boss kind of a thing?
On top of everything else, we have always had to deal with the result of DPS players moonlighting in the tank queue, compounding every single problem with his kit, because when you make a tank lethal, you make all of the components that makes a character good to smurf on better. He's by far the best solo carry in the game and has been since the game's launch, and if you're even slightly better than the enemy team, you can run tank queue while ignoring all tank synergy and gameplay without breaking a sweat at 60% plus win rate. This has always been compounded by the fact that a player from a different category looking to play tank will necessarily...
we did talk about that. Yeah, sure.
Will necessarily be competing against people lower than them in skill and smurfing if they do pick tank.
It's the same way when the people say that Mercy is like not a character to climb with. You can climb the Grandmaster with Mercy, especially when she's a relatively meta character. Like, she does have a lot of skill expression. The problem is it's not always the fastest way of doing things, right? So like, if you're just significantly better than every other player, picking a character that just cheats the game is the most efficient way to doing things. That doesn't matter for 95, 99% of the player population. It only matters for the 1% of player population that's either smurfing or whatever else, right?
And then it was compounded again when the priority pass forced...
And it's made worse because people are like, what's the best solo carry hero? And people are going to say Roadhog. The people are asking... Okay, let me ask you guys a question. When people are asking what's the best solo carry character, who's asking? Who's asking? Who's asking that question? What kind of people are asking that question? gold players, new players, silver players, players that are new to first-person shooters, players that are new to Overwatch, players that are stuck, plats. And so when you ask them and you say, what's the best low carry character with Roadhog, do you see how they're asking a question and getting an answer to a different question? The question that they really want to know is, what is a character that I can play at my skill level and improve at faster compared to other characters? And the irony is that Roadhog is almost never the answer to that question, because the mechanical floor for that character is higher than a lot of other tanks. And the feedback on failure is so ambiguous, as we talked about earlier, that it's actually not always very simple to know your path to improvement as it is with a character like Reinhardt. That's why when people ask me what's the best character to improve on, I always ask them what character they enjoy, and they say, well, I like all of them. Reinhardt, you'll get good feedback on exactly what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, and he has a relatively accessible skill floor. Same thing maybe with a soldier, or I don't know, an Ana. Then you're like, oh, but those are mechanical characters. Yeah, but you get feedback. You get feedback. There's a path from point A to point B, right? And that's what's missing, right? Heck, even Bastion can get a lot of value in lower ranks, but I don't love Bastion a lot as a climbing character because you don't always get very clear feedback on what you're doing wrong. You can burn the enemy tank pretty well, but sometimes even in lower ranks inconsistently, and that can give you mixed feedback about how much value that you're actually getting. You know? Right. So, I don't know, man. It's funny. The people who are asking, the people that are asking, that are telling you, that are saying that Roadhog is a solo carry character are generally the type of people that wouldn't be asking the question in the first place. All right, PK, remind me as soon as this video is done.
Into the tank role at the end of Overwatch 1, who all, by and whole, chose the character they could carry on the most to get their passes the fastest. And that's the problem, the core, fundamental, unchangeable problem at the center of every...
Oh, the other reason why Roadhog done it with the whole passes thing is that they didn't care about winning or losing either. They're just like, oh, it's going to be fun hitting hooks. I don't give a frick about winning.
Everything with this character, this is the audience Blizzard has courted for 8 years. And this is your
that is a spicy take, man.
Design a character
he might be right, though.
For your duo tank, for your team, for the enemy tanks, for the enemy DPS, for everyone.
But I don't feel educated enough to like comment on that necessarily.
Not interested in learning how to play tank, not interested in push or pull, not interested fundamentally in tanking. And the worst part,
I will say though that risk is a fundamental part of progress. Like, you want risk in your game because it's like basically, okay, let me give you guys an analogy. What is the first person shooter? What is the game? Is it Rust, where they have like a camping problem where they just kind of like AFK and just like sit in a bush for like 7 years? I know there was some complaints about that early in COD, but like, was it Rust? I swear I heard that somewhere. Maybe it was from SK or something. Tarkov, right? Why do you not want that in your game? There's two reasons why. One, because people hate playing versus it. But two, and this is the juice, this is the sauce, this is the homegrown ranch. You get what I'm saying? The players that do that are not happy. They just think that they are. It's not satisfying. Nobody goes, yeah, I camped, woo, right? It's the equivalent of eating like, it's like eating crap, like low accessibility. It's not good. It doesn't bring you satisfaction. It's like, you guys ever get, like, you ever see that with those memes of like those boomers at the bingo things? They're just like, they literally look like they're zombies. You know what I'm saying? They're not having fun. There isn't like any enjoyable, or like, oh, even worse, it's like the 3-year-olds with the phones. They're like just, they have this whole motion down, you know? That's like the equivalent of Roadhog players. Low risk, no clear feedback on your failure. And, hit a hook there, hit a hook there, hit a hook there. Oh, I missed a hook. That's literally what you're doing. That's literally what it is. It's the same psychological phenomena. No risk involved, no immediate punishment in your thing. You just sit there and you just mindlessly throw hooks. It's bad. It's very toxic to your game environment. You create a community like that, It's terrible.
I made a lot of progress lately. I like Risk. I also like your supports. I want to be friends with them. Definitely don't want to hurt them. I'm just a harmless little
Rex.
trick.
Well, if you've ever played with kids, like you get them away from their phones, they're laughing, they're smiling, they're running around. You get your grandparents away from the bingo things. They're laughing, they're smiling, they're tripping, falling, tearing their ACL, and taking medication and then in the hospital. But at least they're away. At least they're engaged. You know what I'm saying? This is not engagement. This is the least engaging tank of them all. This is also similar problems with some of the Orisa and Malga stuff too, you know?
But when you as a company spend 8 years courting players and playing a role that they don't want to play simply because you gave them a pragmatic reason to play it in the ability to stomp lobbies, and then you remove
We've unlocked
the
it,
only
guys.
reason
We've unlocked
they were
it.
playing it, the lethality, they don't want to play with you anymore. So it is as it was, as it always will be, when the hook one-shot was removed and turned into a combo with the trap. The only thing that has ever happened occurred again. Players played something else. The play rate of Roadhog went down, and eventually the one-shot was reinstated without any necessity of the pig pen, and Roadhog continues to be terrible. This video is, was, and never has been, and is currently not about Roadhog. Somewhere along the line, somewhere in the fog, in the midst of everything, we lost sight of what tanks were. You could say that maybe we never knew, that the design of tanks was based not on objective factors, but that completely and accidentally, Blizzard somehow managed to make tanks in Overwatch
Delete Roadhog, man.
apply not hard, but soft, telegraph, non-sharp, or non-volatile pressure. But I'm not buying it. Somewhere deep, they clearly knew, because the designs are just so consistent. But then we moved on to Overwatch 2, and that
Speaking
was
of
thrown
Gen
out the
Z,
window
how much we got
because
here?
Blizzard had a great new idea. Since Overwatch 2, the tank category in Overwatch has almost exclusively shifted in the direction of lethality and therefore lack of telegraphing, more volatile and more sharp pressure. And I think this is the core reason for so many problems in the game right now. In Overwatch 1, Reinhardt had a clear telegraph, low volatility, relatively high sharpness zone of pressure, which he could not only be stunned out of by a large proportion of the cast, but couldn't cancel. He had no way to create lethal pressure unless the enemy team
speak his
simply
piece.
disrespected his space. Even when you include Lucio into the mix, the boundaries may be larger on his pressure, but they're always readable and certain. With one change, one seemingly insignificant change, the charge cancel, Reinhardt went from fair to unfair. He can now completely and arbitrarily, with very little risk, charge on cooldown, crossing his fingers that he pins you, and if he doesn't, simply cancel the ability and kill.
Yes, but there's more space to move around it. I understand what he's saying, that there's a removal of risk, but the thing is there still is risk. There still is risk. There still is risk, and you can't be in multiple places at the same time. I understand the argument here. There's logic here. I just don't fully agree with it in a 5v5 environment. I understand what he's saying, though.
Kill you anyway. The only way to stop this happening as a DPS is to increase your knowledge on exactly what is possible for the Reinhardt, space yourself around the possibility of charge, play within range whilst holding survivability or movement cooldowns, or to very importantly and uninterestingly, to damage the Reinhardt and counterpick them to the point where they can no longer just charge and kill you. Zarya used to have one readable personal bubble which could be tracked by anyone at a low level.
This is why mobility creep has still been like something that's healthier within the 5v5 format, because it means you don't just automatically lose because of the pin. You have the opportunity to reposition. Spilo versus Unsalt, is Salt debate would go crazy? No. We've already done that twice on the Group Up podcast. I'm not interested. Unsalted Salt's like a fine guy. We've crossed that road, man.
One seemingly insignificant change, Zarya went from fair to unfair. Now in Overwatch 2, Zarya has two personal bubbles, and as far as low-level players or players who haven't seen how many bubbles she's used off screen are concerned, she will now arbitrarily have two bubbles when it's the least convenient to them and kill them at random.
I get it again. It's like more, but it's also like... Let me give you guys the difference here, okay? Let me give you guys the difference here. It is reducing counterplay to the ability. It is, right? You could cancel charge, reduces counterplay. You could double bubble yourself, reduces counterplay. But it is also giving you significantly more choices of what you do, and if you misuse a bubble, you're punished. All right? The problem with compare that with the Roadhog vape change and just the overall rework as a whole. Yes, it reduced the value of counterplay, but it didn't give him more options. It's the same playstyle loop. It just doesn't introduce more options. It just reduces your options versus the character. So what ends up happening in 5v5 is the skill gap is not just your ability not to die, but your ability to make the right choice. So, if I'm Reinhardt, pinning in Overwatch 2 is less risky, usually, but I still have to pin to the right spot, and there's still a lot of choices I have to make before I use that pin. With Roadhog, there's no choice. With Zarya, do you pin your bubble yourself? Do you bubble a teammate? Do you double bubble a teammate? Do you bubble one teammate, then a different teammate? Do you bubble yourself and then right? And so yes, there are more choices, but there's also more ways to get it wrong. There's more ways to get it wrong. There's just as many ways to do it right. There's more ways to do it right, but there's just as many ways to get it wrong. And with Roadhog, that's what's been removed. If there's no, with Roadhog and even the original design, you could play close, you could play tank, you could play flank. And if you make a mistake, you may die. With Roadhog now, your mid-range is so much worse. There's no real motivation with the availability of bait, trap, and whole hog as it is to do anything other than focus and pressure on the enemy tank. And so there are fewer choices that you have to make. It's just the same gameplay loop. A lot of they did remove and open up more options for tanks in the solo tank environment, and they had to. Otherwise, solo tank never would have worked. However, and I do agree that it does remove counterplay to the character. I think that is you can't argue with that, right? The question is if that counterplay removal was compensated by opening up the skill curve by giving you more choices. And I think that's the case. And I do understand his point, though. I do understand his point. I don't want to contest the point overall, because it is true. It is true.
So players do what? Repeat after me, space yourself out further, play within range and stalemate abilities, or counterpick the Zarya to reduce how far she can chase around corners.
And again, I think that's jumping.
Orisa used to have counterplay to a pull, which was by and large an unhealthy ability, but at least it had a massive telegraph in the slow travel time and delay before the pull, and this was replaced by a spear which can literally combo across the map to insta-kill people with a stun combo with no
Now we're just saying things.
interactability included. Doomfist has been given Empowered Punch, which can arbitrarily kill people from across the map due to completely no fault of their own if somebody else had just shot him for a couple of seconds. Winston was given a much bigger entry combo into his sleeps, giving him a much larger damage spike. Ramatra has been given Vortex, which vastly complicates and changes the safe range to play away from him for low-ranked players, and we...
Now we're just saying things. I think it's because it's the compounding of the point, but I don't know.
Also have the other solo tanking effect. Every character is bigger, which means that where before, if a tank overextended into space which was too hard to take or hold, they'd get burned down in a duel and potentially killed. Now all characters, even those who haven't had obvious mobility creep like D.Va, can arbitrarily kill any DPS on an off angle because they have no feasible way of fighting her off, creating a chilling effect on anyone positioning
maybe
in an interesting manner.
There's more space to poke out tanks, though, is the thing. There's more space to poke out the tank. So, like, again, it's give and take. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, man. I've talked about it a million times, and I'm going to go in more detail into the 6v6 video.
All of these effects, all of the reduction in telegraph and pressure zones, all of the increase in sharpness of the damage sources, all of the increase in volatility of the characters, all of the extra health which could be arbitrarily used to force a kill, where otherwise it would only have forced a trade, they created exactly the same thing Roadhog did and always has done. They increase the skill floor to exist without being arbitrarily blown up with no warning, they space out the game to account for the potential to be lethally blown up, and they force people to play in uncertain pressure zones where they might be killed at random, leading to a massive ability stalemating in case the tank chooses to randomly...
About a week and a half, Grandma.
Zarya being able to double bubble herself
maybe
is bad
2 weeks.
design, Reinhardt being able to charge cancel is bad design, Doomfist being able to insta-kill you whilst being in the tank category due to somebody else charging your power block is bad design, Orisa's javelin and her spin being able to completely shut down the enemy brawl tank with sharp pressure, forcing them to always conserve resources and never regress in a never-ending still...
I disagree, agree, I think.
Burned down is bad design. Roadhog being in the game from the release of Overwatch 1 8 years ago until now has been bad.
I don't like how a lot of the 66 argument, and Samita does the same thing too, is like they're very hostile to like dynamic hero design. And by dynamic as in like you can use an ability, like you could choose how you want to use the ability, right? I don't like that. I like oh, that all characters have to be homogeneous in a 5v5 environment. I don't like that. I don't like that. I think Reinhardt should have had pin cancel in Overwatch 1. And then if that makes him too strong at just being able to rotate for free, then take some of his shield HP down. right? I don't like that. I don't like that. Oh, we have very harsh counterplay of options. If you make a mistake, you instantly die. I know Ralph hates pin cancel, and I don't like that. I like pin cancel. If you think it's too easy for Ryan to clear out space, then maybe Ryan has too much armor. Maybe we leave pin cancel, but we chunk some of his armor out. I don't like. I think that's been always my preference. I love choice with characters. I love choice. It's what makes characters like Winston, Genji, Tracer, Echo, even Venture, and so on. Juno, Ana feel good. I don't like this whole concept of like, I like the principle of what they're trying to go, but that's really where I disagree with Samito and Ralph consistently. The pin cancel opens up the ability so that you can actually use it in so many different circumstances without instantly dying. If you pin and you never die, that's not the pin cancel's problem. And it introduces counterplay where it becomes kind of, people do the same thing with the deflect cancel, but it introduces a strategic game. You got what I'm saying? Which I think is in more interesting to me. What if you could cancel pin, but pin does 150 damage? I don't know if I would go that far, but you're kind of thinking the right way. Yeah, what's up, Ralph? Dude, I really like the video, man. You and I are gonna get into a fist fight over the last couple of things, but like honestly, this video is great, and I find it hilarious that both you and I kind of threw up our hands at the whole Roadhog thing. Like we really tried to come up with some. I couldn't figure this character out. It was the only character that I could not figure out, bro. I had more thoughts on Torb than I did on freaking Roadhog. Shut up, Looker.
Design.
Which one was 5-5 and which was 6? I wouldn't say 5-5 is better. I mean, I don't know. I don't know, PK. It's way too many variables. I see what you're saying, but yeah, I don't know.
All of the things I've mentioned make the game lesser for their inclusion, especially for a new player who doesn't have a proper read on ability effects, pressure zones, and telegraphs. All of the things mentioned are the reason why beloved maps like King's Row are by and whole pretty hated nowadays, and the reason why we can't even have one small section of one map be slightly closed off with glass.
A funny little rant.
I have no idea.
No!
The worst part of the worst character in Overwatch history and decided that was what they wanted to replicate. But here we are, 8 years later, and every day the tanks tend towards being less telegraphed, more sharp,
Yeah, it's
more
on
volatile,
1.25.
more lethal. So the question is obviously why? Why are they doing this? Why can't tanks apply soft pressure anymore? Why do they have to be lethal in order to be valid? And I guess the only answer you can really give here is, we need to go back to Roadhog. Back to the first thing Blizzard realized they could do to court DPS players into playing tank when Roki was introduced. Never mind that they don't really want to interact with the role, never mind that they don't care to learn, never mind that they are only there to stomp lobbies, because if the tank player those numbers check out in the short term, I guess the problem is solved. Now the scariest part here is everything we've already learned from Pigpen. You can give people lethality, but you can't take it away, because the players who are using the characters for their lethality aren't playing for the character fantasy or enjoyment of the mechanics, they're playing for the lethality. They're playing because the character is unfair, they're playing to stomp lobbies. Now there's some great light at the end of the tunnel here, because Blizzard sure as hell think that there's no way to increase tank pick rates without making them more lethal and therefore have more positive reinforcement.
You guys didn't give a frick about D.Va until the last 2 months. You guys didn't give a frick about D.Va in the last 2 months. Everyone's on the D.Va hate train, and deservedly so. Bro, when I said that D.Va was overtuned and lacked identity in Overwatch 2 and put her at the top of the tier list, people made fun of me. People made fun of me. They're like, oh, D.Va's weak. What are you talking about? I was like, dude, just wait. You just wait. This character just doesn't fit in the game. D.Va is a victim of 5v5. And they did not adjust her. They could not find a way to do it. And so she's useless until she isn't.
Through hit markers and but you only need one counterexample to disprove a theory or a rule. There's one hero who proves that above all, you do not need to design characters like this in order to create a compelling gameplay loop and a respectable player base. My precious, my perfect, my beautiful queen, surely there's a reason people universally like your design. If you want to see how to make things fun and engaging without making them lethal or unfair, just think about it. Knife has the same telegraph as Hook, but it doesn't kill, it doesn't stop you using abilities to counteract the stick, it even has a delay before you can pull. It's soft pressure. It gives you chances to play against it and gives you chances to trade.
It's dynamics. Do you see, the thing is because it's not immediately lethal, there's actually a really important choice about who do you use your Gracie on. Do you use it off of cooldown? Do you use it to set up a play? Do you use it on the enemy tank? Do you use it on the squishy because it's more likely of securing a killer, forcing them out of position, or using a CD?
Resources instead of lives. Carnage has a wind-up. It only does set damage based on her being in range of you, cleaves to give happy brain feelings when it hits, and the woman even yells before she uses it most of the time to telegraph that it's coming.
And do you use it on the enemy tank? Do you save it as part of your combo? Do you use it to try and save up a cleave, or just use it on the one person directly in front of you? Do you shout to go in? Do you shout to go out? Do you shout just to stand still? When do you melee? Is melee even worth it, or is it too slow of your shots? And her weapon is a perfect design of its effective at medium and short ranges, and you actually have to kind of think about what target to shoot and how do you position.
If you died the queen, it's because you ignored or failed to play around obvious telegraph pressure zones. It's your fault, it's fair, that's what we want, that's what we all need.
Heck, you could even peel with queen. Not that peeling is always very good, but there is that theory as well. And delaying the pull, exactly.
Cleanly defined pressure zones that you can either trade resources to stay in or move out of cleanly.
Oh, and she's also doesn't look so. She also looks cool too. Let's be honest, okay?
But what we have now is the opposite. Every tank is more or less, in one way or another, for better or worse, Roadhog, and every step in this direction makes the game universally worse off for all roles. So that, after all of this time, is how I justify saying that Roadhog has caused more damage to the game than any other hero, and fundamentally, won.
You guys ready? You guys ready for the juice? All right, guys, I'm gonna spit my truth. I'm gonna speak my truth. You guys, the proletariat, the patricians will no longer hold me down. I'm gonna speak my truth. You guys ready? All right. Here's my truth. Okay. If a tank works, if a tank feels fun and dynamic and interesting. Okay, let me think about the way to phrase this. If a tank doesn't work in 6v6, it shouldn't work in 5v5. That's it. If a tank doesn't work in 6v6, it will not work in 5v5. Now, that doesn't mean that all 5v5 6v6 tanks work in 5v5. The opposite, right? With Zarya and D.Va being notable points of weakness, right? But tanks in 6v6 that feel bad are also will never function in 5v5. You find the kids that everybody hates in 6v6, you find the kids that everybody hates in 5v5, and they're fundamentally flawed. Ralph, nah, bro. Maybe in some degrees, but I heard that preached over and over and over. I played 25 freaking hours of that game mode. I did not find any 5v5 cancer bots that worked better, with maybe the exception of Malga, and even Malga also had major limitations. Orisa was bad, Hog was bad, Ram was bad, Malga was bad. I disagree. I think I agree with that D.Va Zarya. I know I'm the guy with the microphone and you're not the guy with the microphone, so this is kind of unfair. But like D.Va Zarya worked. Agreed. No, I don't Overcharge Orisa was horrible. She's too slow. She doesn't provide enough utility. She doesn't benefit from other people's utility like Bubble Matrix. All right, Ralph, you want a live debate? Ralph, are you here? I don't want to be like abusing my like platform here. Oh yeah, see actually it's the real risk is not being the streamer, because then Ralph's gonna make a big nasty review. Oh, you're cooking food? All right, that's all I've really got. Good video. But yeah, at least for tanks. I'm not saying that all tanks were bad in the 6v6 that I played, but like I just found them still to be like bleh. You get what I'm saying? I encourage you guys to try it if you haven't already. Maybe your opinion will be different. And obviously I went into it with the same bias, but yeah. I will say, Ralph is going to kill me for saying it. You guys need to try the GCP1Z or whatever patch as well. I don't know about Ralph's code, but is Ralph the pre-season 9? Tell me that Ralph is not pre-season 9. Ralph? I feel like Ralph is. I can smell the I can smell the 200 health pool. It's the 200 health pool, isn't it? Is it? Is it 200 health pool? Ah, I knew it. I knew it. Ah, dang it, man. Bunch of Hanzo one-shotters. That's all you guys are, just a Hanzo players. This guy's making fun of DPS players, and that entire patch is just catered to DPS players. Everything just gets blown up on that, dude. It's like because it's everyone has the current like projectile hitboxes, but with the old health pools, it's like, dude, it's like, oh man, it feels so mad. The Hanzo one shot was fun, I will say. I played a couple Hanzo games. Yeah.
Like, he's terrible. Hey, so
if you lack skill, but do you see what I'm saying though? Like that's the Relth and Samito thing. Like they want these designs where you make a mistake and you die. They're consistent, right? They're consistent, right? Want more? If you mess up, you die instantly, right? It's the same reason why he doesn't like the pin cancel, right? It's consistent. I follow the logic.
I think I made it a weekend to explain a simple character so that I could move on and make other commentary on supports and the priority pass, etc.
And I'm also definitely not putting words in their mouth.
Jesus Christ, like 25 pages and counting. The weirdest thing is that I've actually cut a sizable bunch of stuff out of the video. There's even like more issues with the character. I can't even make it into here. Let me thank some people in the background while I ramble more. I run a 6v6.
I don't give a frick what Relth does, but do check him out if you guys do. Yeah, enjoyed the video. Just been watching the Subway Surfers gameplay. Idiot. Why is he talking over Subway Surfers? Did I ever tell you? I know some of you guys in stream have heard me about that one streamer that I rated. The one streamer that I rated, she was playing Moira with a face cam and like all like the sub donations and chat on the screen. And she also had Subway Surfers at the same time. Pin cancel bad. Thanks for listening. Yeah, you're welcome, bro. Yeah. I was like, dude, what are we doing? We're dying. It's over, man. Oh yeah, PK. Where is it? Deem it to me. Yeah, awesome video, Ralph. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, Ralph, did you? I saw you. I was I don't know why your name was on my Discord chat channel because I don't want to ever speak with you again. But I saw like Metro and like your Discord status. Were you streaming that? Were you talking about the Metro thing? I'm curious what you thought of the video. Oh yeah, I need to pull this video here. Nice fender gear, thanks man. Appreciate it. That's saved up from high school. Tactress is POV 554. Angle maxing on this rollout. All right. Oh, we should also look at the director's take as well. We have not looked at the director's take. No, Brax. No, Brax. No, Brax. No, Brax. Please no, Brax. Please no, Brax. Director's take is funny? All right, we'll give it a shot. 554. Bit of a wash. All right. 550. Wait, was it 544? Am I dumb? 544. I'm dumb. What am I afraid of? Gold level takes? Now, here's what I'm afraid of, Brax. I'm afraid of saying, yep, I agree with like 90% of the stuff you say. And then you just say one thing and my brain just explodes. That's what I'm scared of. That's the Brax takes. Oh, yep. Ah! Right, and then I never recover. I have to go lie down for the rest of the evening.
A blessing to be among such capable hands.
All right, so let's grade setup here. So only critique I have here from Vanilla is Vanilla needs to be a little bit more patient with their setup. Wait till Tech gets a little deeper. Wait till Kiri gets a little closer. I think the Kiri Tracer combo here with Winston controlling here with Sombra here is fine. I also think Gabe is not quite there yet, but there he goes. Okay, so there we are. All right, let's check this out. I like the angle maxing, though. It's a good angle. Wait, is he just holding down and staring at Choke? What is going on? Why are they just standing there taking it? What the heck? He's literally just pressing mouse 1! He's just holding down the button and they just stood there! Wait. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Let's. All right. Let's. What is it? What is the American Psycho? Very good. Very good. Let's see the next fight. Let's see the next fight. No bueno. No bueno. No bueno. No bueno. Yeah. See, he's mid rotation. Vanilla's trying to stuff the choke, but you don't want to stuff the choke, as we saw last fight. You want to let him out to where his in can spam, and then also your Tracer Summer angles will be better. You stomped him. You let him out, let him out, let him out, let him out. Oh no, poop kip. Oh no. Okay, that's it. Bubble Nuts will hit a pulse bomb, guys. Bubble Nuts is gonna hit the pulse bomb. Bubble Nuts is gonna hit the pulse bomb of your life. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Bubble Nuts! Okay. Wait. So she sticks the queen, who walks into spawn. So the pulse bomb drops. And it's the Cassidy on the way out. Oh dear. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at the director's take. That was funny, poop game. I need to find this the Linky Dinky. Director's take, competitive updates for season 12. Let's do our thinky here. That look like a Rocket Leaf save? Yeah. React. Reddit React. Patch React. Wait, no. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna get it, guys. Frick. Wait. Yeah. Hey all, Gavin Winter here from the Systems Teams. You probably learned at this point that if I'm talking, I'm explaining topics. I can expect the tone to be slightly irreverent. Okay. Updates to avoid a teammate. Let's start with the feel-good feature everyone will be excited about. We talk about this feature in developer update. We use the time to push this feature even further. We now have 15 avoid slots with 2 different types of slots. You have 3 pinned avoid slots, so right here, that allow you to permanently avoid a player. Ooh. Go ahead, say it. Say the funny thing. Say it. I already got tagged in my own Discord twice. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, funny. The other 12 recent avoid slots time out after 7 days, like in a previous system. That makes sense. Maybe this is a bit of a hot take, but I feel like 7 days is way too long. What if it was like, I would prefer like legit. Am I crazy to think like 4 hours would make more sense? Or even 24 hours? I'm crazy? But dude, you're not going to play against the same, unless you're in like Grandmaster Plus, like...
Oh cool, I'll be making this feature get a ton of mileage.
Yeah. Anyway, it makes it like obnoxious, but maybe that's just me. They also use a priority system that takes many factors into account whether to bring with a voice match. So how does the priority system work? For most of our players, these recent avoid slots function the same as the previous avoid slots. It's still possible to get players in recent avoid slots in your matches, though. This can happen when you're very high ranker in your lower population. Shut up, Baloo. You will slowly begin ignoring players at the bottom of the recent list. You can reset the duration of each player's in the recent list individually. So you have basically a priority queue for your avoid. Okay. Makes sense. Introducing competitive drives. Competitive event will run to, our first drive will start near the end of the season, will take place over a weekend. During that time, every match we play in a competitive play role queue is a chance to earn new rewards. I feel like this is basically dealing with the end of season drabness, right? Yeah, that was my thought as well, Matt. It has to be like, oh, nobody plays end of season, it's all crappy, so now there's people like reason to play. You'll earn drive score and progress to the next checkpoint. Each checkpoint has a reward. Some are big payouts of points, but the others are an all-new type of reward for Overwatch 2 that we call signatures. They frame your battle tag within a unique visual backing that will make your accomplishments stand out and until your drive. Here are some examples. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I want one with just like... How about just like Spilo butt cheeks in the background? I think that one would be good. Maybe like a premium thing, like DLC. Okay, so... Oh, this looks cool. It's a little loud with the thing, but it's interesting. Oh yeah, headline, my bad. Yeah, my bad. Frick. Directors take... I even do the title as well. Directors take... Yeah, it looks a little loud. A little like a cheap mobile game, but we'll have to see how it actually looks in game. I would prefer if there was like less noise and more color choice. So like instead of having so many colors and zappers and zippers and stuff, instead you could change the color, right? I think that would be a better version of the customization in my humble opinion. But yeah, the idea itself seems really cool. I think this is good. This is good. Shut up, Rashi. Resetting rank, soft reset rank, the one we deployed in Season 9, decaying everyone's rank and moving all ranks closer to the average rank. We think that whenever we make bigger game plan changes, holding a game more like Clash and Hero Bonds makes it placements and give players a chance to push for a new career high. I mean, I've talked about this before, but sure. Makes sense. Spilo Plays, but make it to define the thresholds. What much harder to discern some work someone to do. Okay, so basically, this is the really important thing here. We wanted Champion to be a very prestigious rank, but unfortunately, Champion was almost impossible to achieve. Champ, Grandmaster, Master all have fewer players than we think they should, so we've remodeled our rank. Okay, that's what I expected. I think Masters, Grandmaster, Champion was a little bit more exclusive than it should be. And this lines up with my experience as well, because all Masters, GM, and Champion players that I have coached all dropped. Well, not Champion players, obviously, but all GM1 through Masters 5 players like dropped almost an entire rank, if not more, and so on. Future main players in our lowest rank set has changed a bit too. Most of our highest and lowest ranked players will find themselves achieving new. So basically, this is going to spread things back out a little bit to compensate for the fact that it compressed a little bit too much. So that sounds good. Wave respawn. What? I think group respawn feature. Is this a quick play thing? The group respawn thing was a quick play, right? It was in quick play though. The group respawn. It wasn't in ranked, right? About 9. If we might remember from season, the group reduced occurrences of one-side matches. I think amazing over data analysts. We've learned a lot about one-side matches this season. We have some good news to share. Quick play, yeah. Before group respawn. After group respawn, minus 2%, minus 5%, minus 8%. Whoa. Yeah, the scale is terrible. I'm so confused. This isn't 22%. Like 22% to what? Like, I'm so lost. Yeah, I know, but like this is visually totally off. This implies that 88% or 90% of games had stomps. I know what it was, but 23% down total? Like, it's not done well. So we'll roll with it. The thing that's really important, though, is that group respawn affected quick play matches more for higher ranks. So does that imply that higher ranks had more one-side matches as a result of one bad stagger? Am I like extrapolating that in the wrong direction? It doesn't necessarily mean that high ranks stagger more, but basically if you do stagger in a higher rank, you get punished for it a lot harder. Very interesting. Very interesting. And it makes sense. I mean, 4v5s happen all the time in lower ranks and so on and so. Bigger difference in reducing one matches than anything we've ever made. While quick play doesn't have visible ranks, base impact of champion in the lowest on the all ranks. Remove the team reduce champion. Slightly more often at the highest impact. The system alone made much harder for that random on your team to throw your games by constantly attacking alone. So those things are great, but the biggest problem with group respawn was how dying first often led to getting buried. Right. Was how dying first often led to getting buried by a long sequence of teammates dying in a row, making your respawn time a lot longer. This meant the respawn times were generally shorter, but it meant yours was a lot longer. Wave respawn fixes about ensuring your respawn will always be shorter than default if another hero was already dead. I think here's how it is different about default respawn time increased. Overtime respawn increased. Wave respawn is disabled. Is not increased in Flashpoint. When the first hero on a team dies, they start a new wave for the team. That dies within 6 seconds of a wave starts joining that wave. A hero joining a wave will respawn at the exact same time as the hero that started the wave. This means that the respawn time of heroes joining the wave can be as long as 12 seconds if they die at the same time, or as short as 6 seconds if they just catch the end of the wave. If a hero starts a wave and the heroes join the wave in the first return, heroes join the wave when the respawn time reaches 6 seconds. We subtract 2 seconds from the respawn time. Near the end of the track. This is really important. This prevents stalling. Yes. Respawn time has gone up. We expect respawn to be lower on average because respawning the same when respawning. This chance led to more team fights playtest. Walking. Okay, so thoughts on this. You know, I mean, you guys can pretty much read for yourself. I reserve judgment. I am cautiously optimistic. I think we should need to reserve judgment and give it a shot. It's definitely something that's very creative, and it seems relatively well thought out in terms of the downsides of it. We just need to wait and see. We need to wait and see. And I actually don't really mind having a little bit of help to help people group up a little bit more intuitively. I understand that people say that that's a bit of a skill check, and I agree. You don't want to necessarily hold their hand entirely, but making it like addressing the very extent, like the very, very far out. And actually, okay, so you guys ready for this one? This is more important for 6v6. Because staggering in 6v6 was the first thing that I learned, like from playing the mode, that it is a lot worse in 6v6. Another patch that will remove one problem and a different one. I don't know what problem this would introduce, though, necessarily. At least not obviously. The only immediate things is if the overall result is that it's just slightly faster respawns, then it's maybe easier to recontest space, but that's more of a pain point in stalling situations, which in theory they seem to be aware of. Yeah, so I'm cautiously optimistic. We'll see. Notice walking. Right, you want to die in the seconds to be part of the first wave, but that also means that then you have to actually die. You risk losing. So if you're at a 4v5 and you're like, okay, do I just die now and respawn faster? Do we try to take this 4v5? Like, I don't think it necessarily changes how you play the game necessarily. Walking sims are a lot less popular. Added speed boost to all spawn exits in Flashpoint. Okay. I'm not sure how I feel about this one. I like the idea. I feel like just having a walking speed while you're in the spawn room would be good enough, but maybe not when you exit. It could be kind of weird for combat. But again, kind of wait and see kind of a thing. Yeah, I agree, Matt. They make these massive spawn rooms, and they spawn you in the very back, and then to compensate, they're going to spawn you they're going to give you a speed boost, even leaving the spawn room with a speed boost. I don't know. Would prefer if they just gave people a speed boost if they're going to spawn them in the back, or, you know, I don't know, not spawning them in the very back. Yeah, I'm aware, Sam, but I still think that it could have some small. We'll wait and see. I'll see exactly how today. I don't think it's going to be a big deal, but yeah. Mobile heroes getting health nerfs, yes, but I don't know which mobile heroes. So again, I'll reserve judgment on the overall global thing here. Yeah, maybe, Matt. Is skill expression on supports? I don't know. I think that's such a cap argument. I'm going to be honestly, like, those are just gimmicks. There's a difference between like skill expression and finding a gimmicky way to overcome a disadvantage. I don't know. I understand what you're saying, but like that's such a boring skill. I don't like that as a skill expression. It's like, personally, maybe that's just me. It's just memorizing a rollout. It's literally like following a script, you know? Which I guess you could argue that a lot of skill is like that. That would be fair, but yeah. Could preview new endcurve graphic. I want to wait until the video project's done. Watch Ryo Hong at OWCS. We could watch Ryo Hong. We could watch Ryo Hong really fast. Well, maybe. Let's see how long this is. Oh, bless me, this is long. You know what we should... Let me think. I'm trying... I want to do some gameplay, but I'm trying to think of what we should do. Should we do pugs? Should we do just 5v5 pugs? Maybe we should do pugs. I don't want to do any more 6v6. I need break from 6v6 for a second. Let me think here. Let me think. Hog only pugs. No 30-minute tangent on the vlog. No, not really. There wasn't a whole lot to say. What if we did pugs, build the lobby, and then do a poll where Twitch chat, you guys choose 2 characters that are an auto lock all the time. So you guys nominate a few characters, we all do a vote, and those 2 characters on both teams have to be played the entire time. That might be fun. Let's try that. Let's try that. So first we need a lobby here. We need a lobby. And I will gladly open up the lobby to everybody. I don't know if everyone will get in here, but let me get it set up here. Let's do gold to masters. We'll expand our ranking here a little bit. So gold to masters. And if you are a GM player, if you play not strengths, you're allowed to join as well. Let's set up a giveaway really fast here. So I'm gonna need 1 tank. I'll start off on tank. So let's do a tank giveaway. Subscribers will only get. We'll do this. You're welcome, Brax. The word is tank. If you want to join in, only 1 tank. Only 1 tank. Don't worry. But we'll do DPS and support. Keyword is tank if you want to join. Gold, plat, diamond, masters, grandmaster. We'll go about 10 seconds more, and then we'll roll, and then we'll do DPS. Yeah, do it again one more time, Willoob. Do it again one more time. Cheers, Rush. You sleep well, mate. Just say tank, Willoob. There you go. You're in. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Purist, battle tag, and rank, please. PK, I'm going to get you in this lobby. Are you still here, PK? Rifle key. Is this the worst comp lobbies? Not quite. Sadly, I'm too old and fatigued for that today. So PK is not here, but I'll get you in. Just let me know when you're online, Purist. Because I don't think, or maybe I think it's a space here. There you go. Okay. So now, gold, plat, diamond, or masters. DPS. The word is DPS. Go about 10 more seconds, then we'll try it again. We're pugging or huskying. Hilarious. And we'll need 4. 4. So you got a much higher chances of winning this one. All right. 3, 2, 1. Roll. The Faz, battle tag and rank. Crusader, battle tag and rank. And we'll try to make these lobbies nice and even as well. No worries. A Doge. Lifted, battle tag and rank. No, Purist. You'll be all right. Trust. I'll stack your team. Don't worry. And then Explosions, battle tag and rank. You'll play your bad heroes if needed. Please do. That would be great. Wait, that didn't copy. Weird. Why did that not copy? Is this the 5 o'clock giveaway? You didn't. No. All right, then we need. Who do we need? Faz, who's getting their code, and Explosions. Gold 1. Yo. What? And we'll do support in just a second. What's up?
In between the gate
Yeah.
and the fence, I saw the spider web. I was like, oh, that looks suspicious. So I poked at it and I was like, maybe it's a black widow. So I got the spider spray. And I looked at it, and it was like a circle.
Ooh.
She had made like a nest, and there were 2 like eggs.
Ooh, where was it?
Between the gate
Yeah.
hinge and the gate or the fence.
Oh, that's weird.
So I took a stick, broke it up, and I sprayed them and crushed them with a stick.
That's violent.
It was a black widow.
It was a black widow?
I
Yikes.
am the real widow maker. Actually, wait. Widower maker.
Yes.
Just kidding. She already probably killed the guy, so
Yeah, no, she's definitely a widow.
genocide.
Yeah, nice. All right, so we'll go ahead and do support while we're waiting on the Faz. Oh wait, Homeland. We're already here. All right, Homelander. What's your rank, Homelander? Remind me. And we'll go and get support set up somewhere up there. What does that mean? Give me a guess. Give me a guess. Gold's when you last placed. We'll roll with that. All right. Support. Same thing. Gold, plat, diamond, masters. Let's roll. Guess my SR live, basically. Yeah, pretty much. And we need 4. So, healer. Hilarious. Hey, man, I got a lot of hours in quick play, too. Mostly just because I used to play with friends all the time. It's chill. All right. We'll start rolling. Byron. Battle tag and rank. Brax. Oh, bless me. Sadly, I already have your battle tag. Byron, Brax, Revan, battle tag and rank. And then finally, Edvin Fault, battle tag and rank. I'll go ahead and get Brax in here. Purist, thank you for the sub. Weird, why won't it let me in, get you in, Brax? This happened last time. Masters 5. Okay. Weird. Now it's not letting me invite anybody. Are you online? Masters 3. Well, we've got you in. Oh no, ads. Do we have ads? That's unfortunate. Who are we missing? You just hopped in? Okay. If I said lots of nice things, Heaven. You missed out, mate. You missed out. Brax! I'm not seeing it, mate. You should be able to join though. Brax, you should be able to join the custom game. Because I can't invite you. You should just be able to join. Because it's friends only. Okay, in the meantime, I don't know how I got 2 sets of ads. I have no explanation. Okay, in the meantime, nominate heroes. Let's do damage and tank, because I want to play a hero that's nominated. So whatever, we're going to do damage or tank. Damage and tank. Zarya, Winston, Roadhog, 2 votes for Ball, 3 votes for Ball, 4 votes for Ball. Okay, so we'll put Ball in. What? Play. Ball. I got to vote for Venture. Let's do Roadhog just because funny. Venture, we need 1 more DPS, y'all. I've got to vote for Genji. We've got Venture's already in. Don't worry about Venture. But we need more DPS. I see Soldier, Echo, Genji, Sombra, Soldier. May, Echo. Ooh. I'm not doing Sombra. Let's do Echo. I've seen a bunch of votes for Echo. We'll do Echo. Okay, the poll is live. Vote for 1. We'll pick the top DPS and the top tank played. I know it's not the perfect mathematical way of doing things, but I don't care. Yeah, no worries, Brax. Guys, we're going to roll for support one more time as well. Oh, chicken. Chicken's in. All right, polls live. Polls live. Vote, 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 vote. We got 8 for ball. We got DPS is really close though. Yeah, I know. I don't give a frick if we're mixing DPS and tank. I do not care. You guys get Venture Echo, Venture Echo, Venture Echo. Yeah, this is not statistically honest at all. Wait. Oh, guys, am I going to have to play ball? All right, ball venture is a lock. Both teams have to play ball venture. Do either of my DPS or do either of the enemy's DPS really not want to play venture? Oh, gosh, guys, do I have to play ball? Oh, gosh, this is no bueno, dude. I'm too tired to play ball, man. This is not good. You can't, but you're not good? That's fine. Dude, I'm so tired right now.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Why? This is not gonna be good. Wait, why are we in EU pugs or servers? Ping is really high. Maybe so. Hey, listen, everyone voted Vol. I'm a man. I have to go with what people are voting for. Oh, and we're on ping as well.
Take care of each other out there. Hi.
I hate Vol. Yeah, it's EU.
The best archaeologists get their noses out of books and into the dirt.
Watch your flanks. They might try something.
Wait, how do I keep it? Guys, how do I keep the retract thing? How do I do this? Pro coach, by the way. Okay, now it works. Is it too, like, far that it stretches it or whatever? But I did hold it.
Defend objective A.
Untranslatable hamster battle cry. Enemy found.
No, you don't see me.
Got eyes on an enemy. Outbound.
Frick. That's sleep. No, why not?
They're taking the objective.
Frick, man, I'm so bad. No. See ya, I'm out. 500. Please, mother.
Objective lost.
Why are they on a brig, man? Ah.
Let's stop it.
Calculating trajectories.
Rolling with you.
Watch out.
Okay, I suck.
Outbound.
Got one here.
Okay.
Down.
No.
That payload's not going anywhere.
Got her. I got him. The greatest of all time. So good, dude. So good, dude.
Tectonic shock is almost ready.
Got eyes on an enemy.
No, no mechanics on the XE.
Enemy C. Flooding out exfiltration.
What the frick?
I'm on fire.
I didn't even grab the mini there. Frick! What happened?
Be there soon.
On my way.
I'm so bad, Chet. I'm giving up. I'm giving up. I'm going home. I'm going home. I'm going home, guys. I'm going home. Lock in. We're locking in. We're locking in. We're locking in. We're locking in. I'm locked in.
I'm at the height of my performance.
Oh my gosh. I'm locking in. I'm locking in. I'm locked in. I've locked in. You guys see that? I hit one slam. I've locked in. Dude, I'm locked in. I've locked in. I've locked in.
Gyroscopic harness activated. Clear impact area.
I've locked in. I've wasted my slam. I've locked in.
Enemy over here.
I've locked in.
Clock cannons online.
I've locked in.
That payload team.
I've locked in. I've locked in. I've locked in. I've locked in! Okay, see? I've locked in. I've locked in. I've...
That's what you love to see.
Frick.
Excavation initiation. Heroes never die.
Fire.
Intercept that payload. Tango spotted.
I've locked in. I'm doing accidental damage.
Eyes on an enemy. Temperature rising.
Draw string.
I've locked in.
I've got you in my sights. Tango spotted. Behold the hamster. Behold the champion. Targeting.
Frick.
On the move. Stop them.
Frick! I've locked in.
60 seconds remaining.
Come here.
I've locked in. You guys, if I keep saying it,
Eyes on an enemy.
I'll speak it into existence. Oh no! No!
The battle has placed me. I'm on fire.
Ah! I've locked in.
30 seconds remaining.
Over here.
Stand strong. We can do this.
Clear impact area. Weapons free.
Oh, I've locked in.
Area denied. We need to stop that payload team.
Oh, the locking that is. Dude, did you guys? Oh my god. Dude, do you guys ever? Yeah, there's maximum. Okay. Maximum locking. Maximum lockage initiated.
Score 0-1.
We're totally locked in. We're lock maxing, yes. We've done. You guys have heard of locking? We've done it. We did extra locking. All right, I need to change the title. Let's change the title. What locked in? I think is a good title for us. I am locked in. We're gonna continue to be locked in here.
Gear up, crew. Who knows what we'll find out there? I can dig that.
Stay close. I can't hear you if you stray.
You guys heard of we're gonna lock in here.
Do not speak to the pilot at this time.
We're locked. And we're locked. Totally engaged.
Five, four,
No.
two,
Locked in.
one. Attack commencing. Capture objective A. Protocols activated.
Roll out. Frick, I can't even like.
Hostile spotted.
Okay, Ventures. Frick me, man. Leave me alone. Frick. Lock. No. Lock. Lock.
Extra support needed.
Frick.
Enemy in sight.
Wait. Lock. 50 damage. Ah! Locking. Locking. Lock. Lock. No. Oh, there it is. Lock. Lock. I don't even press my abilities, guys. My brain. Okay. We almost locked. We were this close to closing the door, but we just didn't quite lock it. Yeah, I'll be locked in this time, guys. Hang on. Just hang tight. Oh my gosh, do you see this? Wow.
Weapons free.
Duplicating wrecking ball.
Area denied.
No.
Damage repaired.
Plotting out the dig site. Fit the gun.
Enemy in sight. Enemy into the room. Hostile spotted.
Oh! Oh!
Behold the champion.
Dude.
Enemy here.
Targeting hostile. I have made optimal efficiency. Hostile spotted.
Clear impact area.
Behind you. Targeting hostile.
Whoopsie daisy.
No.
Objective A captured. Escort the payload.
No! Frick! Bro.
Durability rising. Take form.
Excavation initiation.
Ah, screw it.
Area denied. Maximum payload speed.
No. No! I'm not locked. I lost the script. I lost the script. Ha! I'm locked in. We're locked in. We're back.
Recalibrations.
We're back. We're gonna relock the door, guys. Frack! Get on the freaking car! Get on the freaking frack! No. Yeah! Oh, hi.
Calculating trajectories.
Be there soon.
Rick, I messed up. My team is not there yet.
Plotting out the dig site.
Ha ha! Ha! Ha ha! Ah! Ah! You don't want it, buddy, Ro! Woo! Pop and drop! Where am I going? Where am I? I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Oh! There you go. I locked in. I locked in, guys. I really think the stat line tells all. I mean, I think that you guys have been watching it. We know exactly where we're at here.
Play of the game.
No. No. No, but this is all me.
Excavation initiation.
Dude, I did lock in. Okay, guys. I need more nominations for another tank hero, and this time a support character. Tank and support. Londi, thank you for the sub. Tank and support. JQ, Ryan, I'll make a vote in a second. Doom, Marissa, you guys are just being ornery. Everyone's voting for something different. Doom, JQ. All right, we'll do Doom and JQ. And then I need support. I need a support. Wait, I've lost this. I've lost the narrative. Okay, poll. JQ, Doom, Mercy, Lifeweaver. Okay. Vote's live. Vote is live. That's fine, Faz. If you want, what we could do is we can make sure it's an Eastern server or something. Or we can do Eastern server, I think. Poll's live. Yeah, chicken was on Crazy Ping too. Yeah, sorry. I don't know why it went like EU lobby. Yes, poll for 2 choices. I cannot be stopped. Okay, JQ Mercy. Why? I don't understand why it was European servers, though.
Prepare your defenses.
Why is it EU servers? I'm sorry, chat. We have to figure this out. Why is it sending me to best? It is not the best server. There's 2. No, not the best available, because you don't know. Apparently, the lowest central. JQ Mercy. I am locked for this one.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
You guys might have thought you saw locked earlier, but that was just door cracked. This is a full lock. The door is closed. No, it can't. It can't, Wooloo. It can't.
Where I say it is.
I bear my burdens as best I can.
No.
Must you be so relaxed? We depend on you.
I'm not relaxed. I just make everything look easy.
I'm gonna be so watch. I'm gonna be super relaxed this game. Check it out.
5, 4, 3.
No expression gaming. You ever seen Dante play?
Capture the objective.
That's gotta be the challenge for this run.
Take every obstacle as an opportunity to learn. Hello. There's one. Stop them.
call for a medic?
Success breeds success. Capabilities match.
Now you see me?
I wanted a
Now
scar.
you don't.
Bolt.
Enemy marked.
Stay alive for me.
Heal me.
Reloading. Stay alive, please.
Enemy marked.
Ambrosia. Over here.
Enemy sighted.
Behind you.
You're such a
What are you want?
What's up?
Combat protocols activate. Targeting hostile.
Enemy sighted.
And need some lightning in it.
Enemy marked.
Hostile spotted.
Enemy here.
Let them out.
Yeah, shake the mops out of your loincloths and move. Repositioning.
Let the dragon consume you.
Enemy sighted. You can't.
Heroes never die.
Where's my bag?
Helden sterben nicht.
Time for the. Did that hurt? Good. Double. Triple. Are any of you even trying? Duplicating Junker Queen. For combat effect. Behind you. Deal. Kill. Enemy targets.
Marked by the dragon.
Reversing personality module.
And that's how you bring fire to the mortal. Stand up.
We can't just let them take the objective.
Enemy here.
Run with the lightning. Here, lightning. Dancing upwards. All hail the queen! Time for the reckoning! Claiming the objective. Get over here. Bolt! On my way. Fight here and fight hard.
On my way.
Stop mucking around and move. How's that edge treating you? Time for the reckoning!
Let the dragon consume you. Let them out.
First round, 1. Score 1-0.
As good as I am with a bow, I promise you, I was better with a sword.
We're in for a smooth ride, right? Right?
Got it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Moragwitch, we hold the advantage. Shall we keep it? A taste of poison. Lending a hand.
No time for whinging. Move out! Stop lagging about and get over here! Let's go get him! Good stuff.
My duty is being done.
Enemy turret! Scrap it! Time for the reckoning! An electric uppercut! Poison. Enemy turret eliminated. Greetings.
Cloning module charging. All systems on optimal level.
Where's my thunderbolt?
Your end is within my reach.
I see the enemy.
Require assistance. Hello. Targeting hostile. Heroes never die.
I need a thunderbolt!
Capabilities left. The enemy's being revived. I'm on the way.
Surrender to my will.
Yes!
Taking flight.
Time for the reckoning! Look out, Ares! There's a new god of war!
Engaging enemy
Waiting Junker Queen. Much better. Eat your liver out from me, Tony! Crushed! You don't play with carnage! Good stuff.
A taste of poison.
How electrifying! That's it for them. Anyone want to arm wrestle? Time for the reckoning! Victory!
This is why I should stop yapping.
Of the game.
I think the lobbies are a little bit uneven there. I'm gonna swap a bunch of the supports up. Chicken, I'm gonna send you over, I think.
Time for the... Did that hurt?
We're gonna do one more, then we're gonna swap up. Shin here. Chicken, I'm gonna move you over here. I don't think I made the teams this season as I should have. That's my bad. Okay. One more tank one, and then I'm gonna move roles. We need a tank and a damage again. Tank and a damage, 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 tank and a damage. Y'all start nominating. Ryan? Okay, Ryan. May. Wait, Malga, Sem, Ram. Ryan, Doom, Reaper. It's 2 votes for May. Okay, so May. I need another tank. Reaper, May, and then what's the other tank? We've had a lot of votes for different tanks. Not Ball. We've already done Ball. Winston. Ram. Okay, we'll do Ram. We've done 2 votes for Ryan. Okay, Ram, Ryan, Reaper, May. Boy, everyone's going to have fun with this one. All right, polls live. It's going to be close. Looks like Ryan is going to win this one. The question is the DPS. Oh man, the DPS is close. If the DPS is a tie, I'll let y'all decide which one. Oh, what? May jumps in front. Okay, it's Ryan May. Let's go. No, you're good, mate. If you're not having fun, roll with it. But you're fine. You're doing fine. I think I messed up the SR a little bit that last round. That's all. And there will be a bit of inconsistency because not everyone's going to be good at this, the Reaper, the May, or the Mercy or whatever. So that's okay. We'll swap up the lobbies after this one as well.
Together then strike them down. I'll protect your friends.
Let me jump on the squishy thing!
More to do, more to learn.
Okay, here we go.
5, 4, 3.
Should we be Yappy or should we be Dante? Here's a question. Yappy? Frick! Frick! Dude, I knew as soon as they did it, I was like, watch out for pin, watch out for pin. Fart, man.
Fixating on target.
Ay, 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 ay. Dang it, man.
Taking hold of the objective. On my way.
Have your attention. Shield version. Ready.
No, I messed up. 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 I thought we pushed a little bit more. I kind of smoked with it, guys. I kind of smoked with it.
Over here.
We'll alternate locked in and Yappy. Dang it, guys. I'm trolling. I don't think we win this. Oh, that would have done it. Oh, I thought he was gonna do it. He's so lucky he pinned that wall, bro. We need to wait for a May. Oh, we. Oh no, I missed the entire thing with a fire strike, bro. Cry, dude. That was gonna be so cool. Does he have shadow chat? Oh, I'm not. That's cheating. I shouldn't be all tracking using chat. I don't really want to push there. Besides, I wouldn't trust you. All right, dude. Frick. I should have kited further.
They're attacking the objective.
Hello there. Coalescence is almost ready.
Surrender to my will.
No. Crud. Okay, I'm trolling. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in, guys. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. Don't call it coach mechanics. Don't call it coach mechanics. Oh no. I'm locked in. I've been testing theories. Is that your coach mechanics, huh? Is that your coach mechanics? Oh, all right. Where's your coach mechanics now, idiot? Oh, huge wall. I went for both and I got neither.
First round lost. Score 0-1.
I've read your report on cryogenically preserving severed appendages.
I'd be happy to assist in your research.
Hi. If we do this right, they won't even know what happened.
I'm with you. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
Checking in.
Dust yourselves off, friends. This isn't the end.
Enemy here.
Shield activated.
The objective is
We're taking the objective.
Got one here. Enemy here.
double.
I'm on the objective.
Be resplendent.
Oops, I did not mean to fire strike that.
Carried on the wind.
Oh, I wanted that.
Got one here. Under my
I
protection.
will never stop fighting.
On my way.
Enemy here. Can't eclipse me. I'm on the road.
No.
Shutters on purpose. Barrier up.
Getting drowsy. I've slept one.
Come on, Grandma.
Enemy.
Enemy here. Enemy here.
What is my Ana doing? Frick.
Get them off the objective.
Okay, this is embarrassing. This is really embarrassing.
I feel old.
I am taking the objective.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. We're gonna win the fight. We're gonna win the fight.
Attack the objective. What's up? On my way.
Frick. We're gonna lose this fight, chat.
Freeze! Don't move!
My barrier won't hold much longer.
Over here! Engaging. Enemy here!
Can you feel the heat? Even hotter up close.
This is the stupidest game I think I've ever played. This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Much obliged.
I'm on fire.
Vide mal suyo.
No, no. Idiot.
Got one here. Illuminated. Do something.
Shield activated.
Overtime.
Hold back.
Got one here.
On my way. My ultimate is almost ready.
Enemy here.
Was worth a shot.
You've been bested.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
What's that wall? I was going for the pin off the map. What's that wall? What was that? Like pixel.
Score
Oh my gosh.
1-1.
That was unfortunate.
Stand behind me, friends. They always think they can beat me, and I always prove them wrong.
Crow's GM.
The key to understanding.
I'll Crow's GM out whatever Crow's playing, but
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Let's go for the win.
I heard you.
oh, it's bad. I think they're going to point here.
I will keep you safe.
Got one here. The objective is now
Frick. Frick. I meant to pin. God dang it. There's rat. Rat!
I'm standing hot.
The battle awaits me.
Dude, I just messed up my order of operations. Operations. That's all.
My ultimate is almost
I don't really want to go in this room with our comp and versus their main.
here.
From echoes. Oh, we can walk now. The Ryan's backed off.
Freeze! Don't move. Come here. Enemy here.
Frick!
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I thought he was gonna shatter for sure. I messed up, man. That was really poorly played for me. Dude. Come on.
Watch out! I'm spamming hot!
Scaling up.
We're not really holding this here, so we can need to back off here.
Enemy here.
Frack!
Duplication initiated.
You rat! Don't say it. Don't say it.
Targeting hostile. Enemy here.
Hostile spotted.
I'm here.
Freeze! Don't move!
It's gonna pin me off the map. No.
Victory.
Alright, we'll mix up the lobbies. Last one.
Play of the game.
Oh no, play the game, no win. No. Oh no, not this one! Oh. Okay. Thank you all. I will do another one. Alright. I'll do Platinum Masters. I will move to the damage roll. We need 2 tanks. Keyword is tank. Platinum Masters. I'm gonna go turn on my light here real fast. Yeah, we allow console players, of course. All right, we're gonna roll in just a second. You did good, Purist. Just type tank, and you're entered in the roll. No, I know. We don't need to update the stream title. Raya, Grandma Ashes, battle tag and rank, please. Battle tag and rank. No, not Spank. Grandma Ashes and Raya when you guys get a chance. Diamond 2. All right. I hear you. Yo, we just had a sick. Yeah. Am I still here, y'all? Or did I lose internet? Yeah, where was that? Yeah, I saw that. Severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, chat, we might be in short time here. Let's check the radar really fast while we're waiting. Might have like an hour or two. Fart smell. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we just had like a big lightning strike just down the street. Bro, I can't. Let me copy Twitch on mobile. So annoying. Okay, now get ready for DPS time. Are you online, Grandma? Because it's not letting me get you in. Maybe you're not quite online yet. Just let me know when you're online. Okay, DPS. Plat, Diamond, or Masters. Let's roll. Nah, you were fine, dude. You were fine, Faz. You did just fine. It was good. Don't worry about it. I tried to put it on essential to try and reduce ping for y'all, but sorry if it didn't work as well. All the funny fellers misspelling DPS. Okay, there we go. DPS. Yeah, Crow. I'm probably not going to pick you if we can. But we do need 4, so we'll see. But yeah, I guess we have 5 people entering, so that should probably do it. Winter Duck. Bliss. And... Wait, what? Why no more? Edvin. I'm going to pick 2 more. Edvin Fault and Valroyer. You guys weren't in the other one. Oh, that's no problem. So Bliss, Edvin Fault, E-Dog, and Valroy. Well, Valroyer we already did. That E-Dog was already in. Doc, I'm gonna let you in. Doc, just come on in. Doc, just get in here. It's fine. We don't care. Because we have 4 fresh new players. You're all right. So Doc, Bliss, Valroyer, and Edvin. Oh, that's right. That's right. You already played some as well. Okay, screw it. You won the giveaway. We don't care. Or I picked you at random. Oh wait, no. I'm sorry, Waltos. I'm an idiot. I don't need you. I'm sorry. We only need 3, so never mind. That simplifies things immensely. My bad, guys. Yeah, we only need because I'm on DPS. Sorry. Get rolled, dude. All right, Doc, what rank are you on? Sorry. And then who else do we have here? Sorry, dude. I'm sorry. Who are we missing? Valroyer didn't actually enter. Oh, because you're gold. All right, Valroyer, just drop your battle tag, bro. I don't care if you're gold. We need the players. We're gonna end it. We just jump in. We're about to do support. Sorry. Yeah, too soon. In just a second, we'll have you guys say support. I think we have... Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay, so we need... Let's just go ahead and do support now. Plat, Diamond, Masters, support. Just say support and you're in. Like I said, I'm going to try and prioritize people that haven't played yet, depending on how many people that we get entering. Okay. I'm Valroyer. What? You said you're gold? Shut up, Grandma. All right, we'll roll for support while Valroyer is coming online. What?
Somebody just posted this. They're off River Oak Road in Inman. I don't know where that is, but...
Oh, crap. What the heck is that?
Look at it.
It's freaky.
That's so disturbing. I don't know.
All right, support time. Judo Punch. Mr. Armando, excuse me. Ebic J. Judo Punch, what's your rank again? Remind me. Masters 4. Diamond 5, Masters 4. Okay. And then Ibic J, Diamond 4. Wait, I invited the same person. Move you to here. And then we need 1 more support, so I'm going to go at random number generator here really fast. So who do we have who's already played? Doge, Crusader, and Edvin. Random number generator here. Number 3. So that's going to be Edvin. Edvin, we'll get you in now. Edvin, drop your battle tag and let me know what rank you are in support. Masters 3. Okay, perfect. So this will be a little weird because we'll have lower ranked DPS players and higher ranked tanks and supports, but yeah. Okay, chat. Last thing here. Nominate DPS hero and support hero. Nominate a DPS and a support hero, and we'll do the poll for what I have to play. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it with, actually, let's make things simple. Let's make things simple. What do I have to play? Let's actually simplify this thing process way down. You guys play whatever you want. Let's just nominate just a DPS hero that I have to play. Symmetra, Widowmaker, and I'm gonna ban one hero that I don't want to play. Sim, Widow, Hanzo, Genji once it's been nominated. Okay, Hanzo's got 2 votes. Widow's gotten 2 votes. Widow, Symmetra has gotten 2 votes. Hanzo's gotten 2 votes. And Sombra has 2 votes. Okay, I will not choose to ban any of those. I'll let it happen. Polls live. Polls live. Widow, Sim, Hanzo, Sombra. I'm not banning Widow. I'll play Widow. You will be balling? Wait a second. Wait a second. Oh no. Oh no. Hanzo? It's close, guys. Hanzo and Widow are close. Oh my gosh, no way. Widow and Hanzo? Random number generator. All right, 2 is Hanzo, 1 is Widow. Or would I say 1 is Widow, 2 is Hanzo? Let's just do that. 1 Widow, 2 is Hanzo. Wait. Hey, it can't be too loud for stream.
Oh, it's not thunder anymore. It's not even really
Okay.
raining. It's just super windy and it feels like it's like 76
I aim
degrees
to
outside.
devastate.
Why are we again on EU? Do we have who? Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, we need.
Select your hero.
Blizzard World. No, I have to lock in, bro. Screw it, man. I didn't ban that because all right. Oh, we're essential. There you go.
To devastate.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Okay. We got this, guys. We got this, guys. I got this. I'm not going to loud max. I think this has to be a locked in one. I think this has to be a locked in one. I think this has to be shut up, no talking, no nothing, just totally locked in. No? I feel like that has to be. You're going to close the stream? Thank you, Bliss.
I aim to devastate. Draw them into my web.
What's up?
Hi.
You want a bandage for that?
You are not prepared to see Wrecking Ball in action.
prefer to work alone. But I suppose you will do.
Can I grapple shot this? Let's try. I actually don't know if you, I forget. I don't really know the first shot grapple.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Stop the payload.
Right?
Watch out!
Regen up.
That's better.
Behind you! From your wounds.
For that enemy.
Heal me.
Killing fire in the corner.
We're going to be in trouble if that payload doesn't stop.
Fixing that. Dull fast.
I spot an enemy. Anyone feeling better?
Enemy sniper.
Crap. I lost track of the widow.
It's
Let's
getting
stop that payload from
interesting.
getting any further. Do you want a bandage for that?
Over here.
What's up? Get in here.
Over there.
Stay in the circle.
Minefield deployed.
Une mort magnifique.
Core temperature.
There's the thunder. There's grapple. Oh, there's Venture.
Targets in sight. The payload shouldn't be
Frick.
Area denied.
Get away from me!
I'm on fire.
No one can hide from my sight.
Muéstrame dónde te duele.
Do you want a bandage for that?
Let's stop that payload from getting any further.
Heat in the heat on.
Smoky notes of poison. Prepare for your demise.
Face the sunrise!
Vamos esculachar! Let them up.
Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. No, he saw me. Oh my gosh, he wasn't even aiming for me. Or was he? He was! Respect!
Vexing.
Wait, why am I at 0% critical hit accuracy?
Hi there.
Immortality feels ignored.
Just wait, just wait. We'll get there, we'll get there, we'll get there, we'll get there. Just hang tight.
Back in action.
Hey, it's Kiriko.
I think we play for third. I don't think we touch us.
Keep the defense up for a little longer. Excavation initiation!
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Ma toile vous encercle.
We're outnumbered.
Time to teach these bugs some manners.
Enemy here.
Got one here. you found my present. I'm with you. Behind you. I need healing. Killing pylon. There will be no next time. Hello, my little insect. I'm on fire. So careless. Spy a baddie. No one can hide from my
60
sight.
seconds remaining.
Stop the payload from moving.
No, not mean to do that. Well, that was weird. You guys see that?
A deadly fragrance. Ah, that's better. Got one here. My next cue. Position a healing pylon.
Sombra.
30 seconds remaining.
How'd to jinx this, but I think it doesn't fit.
Here they come. Brace yourself.
It's floating over here.
Let's go. Loading up the dig site. Let the
Run.
Kitsune guide you.
10 seconds remaining.
Healing pylon out. I've been waiting for a challenge.
Overtime.
1, 2, yeah, we're outnumbered.
Baptiste here.
I won't miss you.
We're going to be in trouble if that payload doesn't stop.
How ungrateful.
Enemy here.
We're outnumbered.
Excavation initiation!
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Oh, frick. Messed up. Ah, we're grappled.
Shoot! Goddess as a ginger protects you. Soit. Nettoyez un cercle. No one can hide from my sight.
Frick! I didn't know I didn't have grapple. My bad. My bad.
Hey, I see one. Time to teach these bugs some manners.
Oh, that was a shot.
Over there. ¿Qué tal?
30 seconds remaining.
Crap. I didn't know my BAP was with me. My bad. That's my bad.
It's getting interesting.
We're going to be in trouble if that payload
Loading out the
doesn't
dig
stop.
site.
10 seconds remaining.
Let them up.
There you go.
Round 1.
Okay, guys. Look. We're winning. The result's the result. Okay?
Score.
The result's the result. And what matters is I got the kills when it mattered, right? That's all that matters. Easy dub, guys. Easy dub. Easy dub.
I aim to devastate.
Frick.
Remind me to visit mi abuelita.
Taking flight.
I am always ready to learn. My last dig.
May I borrow your copy of Thucydides' history sometime?
That's right.
strike from above. Concussive out.
I have always wondered what it is like being
I am always ready to learn.
Orb. He says, don't even think.
I aim to devastate.
All right.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Escort the
The
payload.
bloodshed begins.
The enemy.
Enemy here! Watch it! Enemy turret ahead!
This guy.
You found my present. Watch it! Enemy turret ahead! The payload's moving. Parfait.
Oh no. Oh crap. Shoot, man. I should not have gone there. Should not have been there. Shoot.
I spy a bandit!
It's Kiko.
Cette fois, je ne rigole pas. Heal me.
Payload's waiting on us.
Get ready. Yeah, we're outnumbered. I've been waiting for a challenge.
He's above.
Over there. Over here.
I need to rotate away from Sombra. Oh no, she's there, so I can rotate.
I was always graceful in the air.
Frick, I messed up. I messed up. I messed up. I meant to grapple to the top. I was ready for him, but I messed up.
Plotting out the jigsaw.
Enemy turret ahead.
How? No
I'm actually gonna
one
pop
can
sights to
hide
make sure we
from
win
my
this.
sight.
It's really important we get out this choke with our comp.
I am effervescent.
This point's really important to win.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
Hostile here.
I'm gonna get her.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
I greet you.
Watch it.
We don't have information on. We don't have information on Sombra, so I need to assume she's on backline. There she is.
System malfunction.
All aboard the payload.
Enivrant, n'est-ce pas?
Caution. The enemy is
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
¿Qué onda? ¿Qué onda? Catch you later.
Let's get the payload back on track.
What was that? Did you guys see that lag?
Enemy turret ahead. Keeping the heat on.
Don't know where the Lucio is or the ball.
payload advances as it should.
Okay, these are there. Frick. There we go. There we go.
No one can hide from my sight.
Guide you.
That's not right.
Let's get the payload going.
Dude, this is insane.
Experience tranquility.
Suppress this target.
Enemy turret detected.
Enemy here.
Turret destroyed. Activated.
Oh, I knew it. I knew she was coming. I knew it.
Area denied.
Turret busted.
I am effervescent.
You must like having me around.
And I'm back. Enemy here.
Crap.
Almost fucked.
I was not expecting Ball and Sombra, and the mines threw me off.
30 seconds remaining.
Alright, so no Sombra, so priority in getting out ASAP. So now we CCTV from super far back left.
I'm on fire.
Alright, yeah, we can reposition here.
Apagando las luces.
10 seconds remaining.
Very little time remaining.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
We got it, 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 we got it.
Here they come.
We got it, we got it, we got it, we got it, we got it. Winnable, 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 winnable.
Careful, we're outnumbered.
I've been waiting for a challenge.
Sombra's above me.
There's one.
60 seconds remaining.
So I use this. Okay, Sombra's not on there anymore, so I can reposition here.
Watch out.
I'm moving the payload. Feel free to join me.
I don't know what I should do here, honestly. Huge pull.
No one can hide from
Enemy
my
turret ahead.
sight.
30 seconds remaining.
Experience.
There is no time. We attack now.
Floating out the dig site.
Minefield deployed.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
Area denied.
Don't give away my angle for a little bit. Don't give away my angle. Please don't see me. Please don't see me.
Payload's on the move. Coming.
No, I shouldn't have peeked. I couldn't do anything versus the beat. There. Oh man. Frick. All right, guys. We'll do one or two more. That was good. That was fun. It was close, man. It was close. But dude, Ball is a menace.
Play of the game.
What should we do next? You guys nominate for the next DPS. You guys nominate the next DPS.
Under my protection.
Hanzo, Junk, Symmetra, Genji. Junkrat gets 2 votes, so Junkrat makes the list. Alright, so Junkrat's on the list. We need 2 or 3 more. More Thunder. Venture, we could do Venture, but I need more than 1 nomination. Okay, another vote for Genji. Sem, okay, we'll add Sem. Hanzo, okay, there you go. Junk, Genji, Sem, Hanzo, polls live. Let's pick a different map. We had Blizzard World come up earlier, so let's just do Blizzard World. I don't think that would be fair. I think we just get a net upgrade. I don't think we can make it fair, Duck, sadly. Alright, polls live, polls live. Junkrat. Alright, Junkrat it is. Thanks for coaching starters. During the comp a lot recently, I focused on one thing at a time and between rounds and how to stop being hardest in the game and ideas how to fix it. Just try to focus for just a couple of fights and sleep. That and sleep. Being briefly focused is better than not being focused at all.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Like that updated strafing on Steel Series keyboard. Is that the one that everyone's talking about? Yeah, it's pretty insane, yeah.
Yeah, plenty of bombs to go around.
Oh, surely. I will be perfect demonstration of what I put out yesterday, or this morning, excuse me.
What? Are you sure? What if I lose it? I'll just have an excuse to make another.
Rock, join up with me.
He says, hello.
I happen to want some artifacts in an old necropolis. Would you care to look after them?
Would I?
I should warn you, they might be cursed.
Ah, even better.
You don't have to mirror me now.
Affirmative.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers.
That was a little slow.
Defend objective A.
Echo. Got somebody.
Sure thing. Muchísimas gracias.
Oh my gosh. Wait, they don't have to mirror me. You guys don't have to mirror me. I'm trapped again.
Let's go. I'm killing you. Fly, my little friend. Can't wait.
Bro, no. Dude, I have trapped so many people. Somebody needs to study my POV. Yo, cheers, Frosty.
Nano boost administered.
Idiot. That's for last game, buddy. Stop spamming in here, please.
Don't tell anyone. What's this?
Adaptive circuits engaged. Honor.
Plotting out the dig site.
Getting sweaty over here.
This trap exclusive
Thank you.
property of Genesis Blocks.
Enemy here. Concentrating fire.
Over here.
I want to push the button. We have liftoff.
60 seconds remaining.
This a minute. Enemy slept here.
Almost fire!
I'm so good at this game, man. It's actually unreal. Like the level of strategy that I'm applying right now, you guys have no idea.
Tired of me yet?
Unreal, really.
This'll tickle their feet. Bye, my little friend.
So now he thinks I'm not going for him anymore, but I am.
Don't tell anyone.
They're attacking.
Look who's on fire again. See?
10 seconds remaining.
Not long until we write this one in stone!
Objective lost.
No! No way that Anna doesn't die! Oh! Dude. I don't know about that. Maybe she must have naded herself. I forgot I'm an idiot.
Nerf this. Take cover. The pleasure is mine.
It's the after service. Back in action!
Moira by your side.
Behind you.
Hello.
Peace. Careful.
I see one!
Misery made manifest.
This trap exclusive property of Jameson Docks.
Frick, man. On a one, on a one, on a one. Nice. Junk one, junk one.
I still think we can win.
No way Sombra's on me. Oh, got her. Knew she was coming. See, that's the thing is, I'm not scared of Sombra. I know where you are.
60 seconds remaining.
Hey, I see one!
60 seconds remaining.
Oh. Dang it, dude. Dang it, dude. Alright, now I don't know where Sombra is. Okay, now I do.
The pleasure is mine. Bon voyage. Baddie over here.
30 seconds remaining.
Victory is nearly ours.
Need healing.
You touch? Where's our tank?
The payload has reached.
That was weird.
Nerf this. Take cover. This will cut the pain. They're making gains. Don't tell anyone. We must limit them to our.
Heat with the heat on!
Overrated.
Surrender to my will.
I'm overextended. This dude is gonna push me.
Feeling fortified.
60 seconds remaining.
The pleasure is mine.
No. Oh, she's strapped. She's strapped. She's strapped. Nice. The goat. The goat. Moira.
Shake, mate.
Oh no. Okay, I'm locked. I'm locked, guys. I'm locked in.
30 seconds remaining.
Hello there.
What if you took on this face?
Ultimate ready.
My power emanates.
Stop that payload from getting any further.
Okay, I don't want to be here. Diva will ruin me.
Minefield deployed.
10 seconds remaining.
My users are alive. This'll tickle their feet. Nerf this.
Got him! Wait, no, she boot me out of it. I'm just too good at this video game! Unleash!
Score.
Alright.
0.
Now the attack is the hard part.
Switching sides.
No, Firestorm's not your goat. I'm your goat. Just it's okay. Ah! Raise Boger to GM on Junkrat? Oh, too easy at that point. Too easy at that. That one would be simply too easy.
Plenty of bombs to go around.
Oh, can we ride the hell scream over here? Please, please, please.
When is the best time to pick your brain? About what? There's not many good times. Your overhealth transfer? No, 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 no. I don't need your overhealth. I don't need your overhealth.
Gear up, crew. Who knows what we'll find out there?
Gameplay or design stuff? You could drop something in Hammer Time or content suggestion. If it's really important, you can message me, but... Yeah, the one thing you did, the whole thing. No, no. No, I'm afraid that I'm still the GOAT. Alright, let's angle this out.
There they are. Get ready.
Securing objective. Lockdown protocols engaged.
Oh man. What? Oh, got him. I'm always.
Escort the payload.
Excellent. Keep the payload moving.
Oh, I can't quite get it through the things. Can I get over there? Okay, not off that stupid thing.
Fire baddie.
Watch your back.
Oh, okay, buddy.
Spin the heat on.
There's an enemy here.
Over here. Enemy here.
Wait.
Oh no, I wasn't full. No. Frick, dude. Oh no, 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 no.
This situation calls for more bombs. Fly, my little friend. Enemy turret over there.
Hey there.
We're outnumbered. Enemy turret destroyed.
I think we do this. Oh no, maybe we don't.
Don't think the payload will switch itself.
Let's take them out.
Oh frick, the junk's right above me.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
Hold this a minute.
Ultimate ready.
Let the
Frick. Frick! Been you seen out the Kaya video today? Oh yeah, that's right. Can we cap? Can we cap? Can we cap? Can we cap? No, we can't cap. Maybe we can. Watch me, guys. Watch this. Watch me. Kill's a kill. Never ego when it could be easy. Oh, so good. So good. Yeah, Storm said a little bit. It's supposed to be some later after the day, or later on today, though. Oops, I'm not where I wanted to go.
Don't tell anyone.
He took top, so we ruined his day. No! Dang it, that was too early. That was a little too... Oh, I got a trap, dude.
Keeping the heat on. Turret busted.
I'm ready.
Oh, that was so much damage. Oh, no! Alright, that's it, bro. That's it. You guys are about to see the lock. The lock. You get me?
Buckle my shoe. There's mayhem to do.
Turret busted.
Yeah, only now. Yeah.
Pilla's on the move. You coming?
Fly, my little friend.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
This trap.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Огонь по готовности.
Enemy here.
No! I'm gonna lock you! I'm gonna lock!
I feel all warm inside.
Get wrecked. Alright, guys, we're gonna do one more. We're gonna do one more. No, it wasn't a junk diff. I was an HP diff, that's all. We're gonna do one more. Watch the play of the game. No, it's gonna be the ball play of the game. Dang it. Ah, it's so dull. Alright, guys, nominate the last one. Nominate the last hero. Oh my gosh, that's so stupid. Alright, last one. Who should I play? Last map. Tracer, Genji, Sem. Everyone's like, I voted the same characters over and over and over again. We'll do Symmetra from last time. We did Sem, Genji, Tracer. Let's just leave it with those three. Yeah, Tracer, Genji, Sem. Or Reaper. No. We'll do Tracer, Genji, Sem. Polls life. And I'll choose a map. What map should I choose, chat? What map should I do? I don't want to do King of the Hill. It's too short. I'm going to do King's Row. It's kind of in it. It's like boring, but it's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. Wow, a lot of votes for Tracer. This is going to be depressing. I'm not good at Tracer. I am not good at Tracer at all. And now more people vote for Tracer. Lovely. Okay, awesome. I love you guys too. Just offing all. Right. True. I will do that. I will not get one shot at any point in time, surely. All right, guys. Last round. Time to lock in. Old man Spilo is almost undefeated. Only lost a Widow game and Valkyrie, Tracer, Sombra, or not Tracer, but...
Cheers, love. It's time to save the world.
Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
I'm gonna lock in, guys. I'm gonna lock in. I will 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 lock in. I will
Cheers,
lock in.
love. It's time to save the world.
Keep in sight. I'll have us in and out in no time.
Blinding. Group
Anna,
up.
what has been going on in Egypt? It sounds serious.
Just a few ghosts I'm laying to rest. It's nothing to worry about.
I always worry, Anna.
I don't trust people,
But I
man.
trust you're doing what is
I learned from last time we did pugs. I don't trust people.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Group up here.
Defend objective A.
Come together. Over there. See one.
Stand behind me, friends.
Back in the box.
Wait.
How about a second chance?
Don't let the enemy take our point.
Enemy in sight.
There we go.
Hey, big guy.
Frick.
Let's try that again. Back in the fight.
Oh dear.
Enemy here.
Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me! Excuse me!
Healing fortified.
Back again. Did you miss me?
This point is ours. They must not advance.
Outnumbered. Careful.
That's not right, man. That's not right.
Objective lost.
It's not right.
Stop the payload.
Watch here.
No.
Let's go.
Go on then. Bye.
Didn't work.
Konnichiwa. Need help over here.
I knew they were gonna speed chase. I know who they are. Dang it.
Bombs ticking.
No, I didn't mean to press that! I didn't mean to press that! I didn't mean to press that!
I'm on defense.
I actually just straight up have it.
We must hinder the payload's journey.
Give up. Not in my vocabulary.
Okay, I need my team to help because the thing is I can't. I can't.
Over there.
My ultimate is ready. Get in there and I will boost you.
Earthshatter, ready.
狐の鍵爪を解き放て
For the Crusaders! Stop me! I'm on fire!
Greetings. Thank you.
Where are we at?
Hey, I see one.
Dude.
My spirit burns.
Careful. Help me.
Maybe you should fix it. Hammer down!
Hey, I see one.
We must hinder the payload's journey.
Oh dear. Dude, I recalled! No! I tried to blink, but I didn't blink yet. I don't think we can touch.
Payload has reached the checkpoint.
Frick me, man. I guess I worked.
For the Crusaders!
Justice reigns from above.
Frick. Oh my gosh, that Pharah death. Kevin. Oh.
Let's try that again.
Frick.
You're all good. Plotting out the dig zone. Let me go.
Burns.
有本事就翻过去。
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
Experience tranquility.
Enemy turret theory.
All right, buddy. You think you're so hot? Fart! Oh, I didn't think I needed to blink there. I should have blinked.
Back again. Did you miss me? Fall back. Fall back.
Roadhog.
The barrier's weakened. Watch here.
60 seconds remaining.
Oh man.
冻住，不许走。
We must hinder the payload's journey.
Oh. Crud.
Back in the fight.
Assemble at this location.
Targeting hostile.
Visit clock.
30 seconds remaining.
Watch here.
The experiment nears its conclusion. Patience, patience.
Enemy over here.
Let us hope that
What is this?
Get in there.
Look out, world. Here I come.
10 seconds.
No.
Thought of you.
enemy turret ahead.
Watch it. Enemy turret ahead.
Oh, you rat. Kill the Lucio. Kill the Lucio. Kill the Lucio. Kill the Lucio. He's one. He was no! No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, no. Not here. Bro, I can't. Bro. You rats, all of you. All of you are rats.
Behind you. Score 0.
All right. Look, that could have been a lot worse. Thank you, Fiji Gong. That could have been a lot worse, no? We didn't need to break the turret because Lucio was 1. I just got hooked. Streaking everywhere? Yeah. Alright, this is it, guys. We gotta lock in. All these smarmy little support players think that they're God's gift to mankind, not knowing that I'm the only actually skillful person in this lobby. Okay, we're gonna get locked in. Get locked in. We're gonna get locked in. I'm going to lock in. But any OW6 games reviews? Not really. No, there hasn't been any big ones to talk about. So maybe we'll see. No, I don't want overhealth, Daddy. I don't need your help. Shut up. Shut up, ball. Shut up, ball. I'm locking.
Attack commencing. Capture.
Ah, frick.
You're a real lifesaver.
Wait, there's a Kiriko on my backline.
Enemy turret ahead. Going out the point. Head spinning. That's not right. Oh, easy peasy.
I recalled. I just always have a second too slow. Always too slow.
And she's back in the game.
Oh. Okay, we're gonna lock. We're gonna lock. We're gonna lock.
Escort the payload.
Idiot.
Payload secured. Let's move. Keeping eyes here.
Bro. Hilarious. Ah, I was too far forward. That was my bad. That was my bad. I also underestimated the main character syndrome that I have. Streamer moment here, so you know, I forget.
Enemy spotted.
My soul ignited.
Enemy here.
You're powered up. Get in.
No.
Here I come. Enemy turret ahead.
I can't do this.
I am unbreakable. Keep an eye out.
Enemy turret bomb sticking. Boom. Enemy turret down.
Kind of greedy there, because I knew they had.
The Eye of Horus watches over you.
Let's try that again. Here comes trouble.
Time for the reckoning!
Enemy over here.
Let's roll.
Arigato. Hi.
No, 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 no. Ah, I thought we could push forward. Okay. We got this, guys. We got this. We got this. This is a hard point. We'll make it happen. No sweat.
You're powered up. Get in there.
Ready to deal some damage.
Frick, man.
We're kicking butt, Anna.
I think we're winning for. No, I didn't mean to do that.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Plotting out the dig.
I kind of wanted. I really wanted the Blake Pulse one, guys. I really wanted it. It didn't really work out so well, but that's okay. We won. Still the greatest of all time. Still the greatest of all time.
Play of the game.
Oh man, this one won't play. Oh my days. No, I think I might. I'm afraid I might still be the greatest. Yeah, I did show the spawn door. Who's boss? Okay. GG's all. Good stuff. I will see you guys later. We'll just toss. Who should we rate? I'm just gonna scroll through Overwatch 2. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later. GG's. See you guys on Tuesday. Have a good weekend. Stick to Widow next time. All right. Loves and kisses. Spilo out.